You made it here tonight, and that matters more than you might realize right now. Whatever the day held, whatever you've been carrying, managing, holding together, you can set it down now. This is your time, not to solve anything or plan anything or be anything for anyone, simply to rest, simply to be here. My name is Jason Martin, and I'm honored to be with you through this, wherever you are in the world tonight. However you're showing up, whatever you've been feeling, whatever weight you've been quietly absorbing, all of you is welcome here. Every tired part, every worn through part, every part that has been keeping going when stopping would have been the kind of choice. You are welcome here exactly as you are. Before we begin, just take a moment to notice how you're arriving tonight. Not to judge it, not to fix it, just to notice. Maybe there's a specific kind of tiredness here, not the ordinary tired. The kind that a good night's sleep tends to clear. Something a little deeper than that. Something that has been there in the mornings lately. Still there when the eyes open. Still there after the rest. If that's where you are tonight, this is for you. This session was made for the person who has been giving more than they've been receiving, for the person who has been functioning, managing, appearing fine, while something quieter underneath has been asking for more than the ordinary rest can give. You don't have to explain it or justify it or understand it fully. You just have to be here. And outside, the rain is falling. Heavy, steady rain moving through an ancient forest. Not the rain on a rooftop or a window pane. The rain the forest itself makes. Received by a million leaves redirected along the branches, dripping from the moss, finding its patient way down through every layer of the living forest to the ancient floor below. Let that sound reach you now. The heavy rain, unhurried, consistent, moving through the forest the way it has always moved through forests, without needing anything from you, without asking you to show up in any particular way, without assessing whether you are resting correctly or deeply enough or well enough. The rain simply falls, and something in you, something that has been moving quickly for a long time, something that has been braced and alert and ready, may begin to slow toward it, not because the rain instructs it to slow, because the rain offers another pace, a quieter one, an older one, and some part of you, underneath all the keeping going, remembers that pace, recognizes it as something it has been needing. So go ahead now and let your eyes close, if they haven't already, and take one slow breath with me, just one. Let your chest rise gently as you breathe in, not a forced breath, not a performed breath, simply the breath that arrives when you give it a little room. And then let it go, the exhale leaving your body the way it wants to leave, unhurried, complete, carrying something with it as it goes. You have permission to release now, not everything, not forever, just for this breath, just for tonight. You have permission to stop managing, stop monitoring, stop holding yourself together at the edges. Whatever you've been keeping in place, it can rest here. The rain is here, the forest is here, and for these hours, nothing is being asked of you. Take one more slow breath, and with the exhale, let the day behind you begin to wash away, not by forcing it, by getting out of its way. The way the rain doesn't force the leaf to release the drop, it simply falls. And eventually, gently, the drop finds its way down. That is all that is being asked of you tonight. To let the heavy forest rain do what rain has always done. Wash, soften, carry away what no longer needs to be held. The rain is falling through the forest right now, heavy and steady and patient and present. And it is here for the tired person, the worn through person, the person who has been giving more than they've been receiving, and who arrived here tonight carrying something that the ordinary rest has not quite been reaching. The rain reaches further, and it begins now. There is something worth knowing before we go any further tonight. Something that might help you understand why you're here. Why the ordinary rest hasn't quite been enough. Why you've been sleeping and still waking tired. You are not doing anything wrong. The tiredness you've been carrying, the kind that's still there in the mornings, still there after the weekends, still there after the rest. That isn't a sign that you're broken or that something has gone irreparably wrong. It's a sign that what you've been giving has been more than what you've been able to restore. For long enough that the gap between the two has been growing. There's a difference between tired and depleted. Tired responds to rest. You sleep, you recover, you wake renewed. Tired is the ordinary end of the ordinary day. Tired is what rest was made for. Depleted is something different. Depleted is what happens when the giving has gone on long enough, at a high enough cost, without sufficient restoration. When the nervous system has been running its stress response for so long that the ordinary rest, as good as it is, doesn't quite reach the level where the exhaustion actually lives. Depleted is not a character flaw. It is not the result of weakness or poor planning, or not trying hard enough to take care of yourself. It is the honest, physiological result of a system that has been asked to give more than it has been given the conditions to restore. And here is what matters tonight. The heavy forest rain is one of the most ancient sounds of restoration available to the human nervous system. Not because someone decided it was relaxing, because the human nervous system has been resting to this sound, to the sound of rain moving through the living forest, for longer than any other form of rest has existed. Before the bedroom, before the bed, before any constructed shelter, the forest in the rain was the resting place. And something in the nervous system still knows this, still recognizes the sound of the heavy rainfall moving through leaves and branches and down to the ancient earth below as the signal that says it is safe to rest now. The night is here, the rain is falling, you are sheltered, you can stop. That signal is available to you right now, not because you have to believe in it or understand it fully or perform the correct relationship to it, simply because you are here and the rain is here, and the nervous system that has been working so hard for so long has not forgotten the most ancient available invitation to come home to rest. Let the rain reach you a little more deeply now. The heavy, steady sound of it, moving through the full architecture of the old forest, intercepted by the canopy's leaves, redirected along the branches, finding its patient way down through every layer to the forest floor below. Not in a hurry, not building toward anything, simply falling, the way rain falls when it has all night to fall and nowhere else to be. Let something in you receive that, not your mind, your body, the part of you that is more ancient than your thoughts, the part that has been carrying the depletion without knowing quite how to put it down. Let the sound of the heavy forest rain reach that part, and with your next exhale, slow, complete, unhurried, offer that part of you one simple thing: permission. Permission to recognize that the keeping going is done for tonight. Permission to stop bracing for the next thing. Permission to be a body in a dark room with the sound of heavy rain in a forest and nothing else required. You don't have to earn this rest. You don't have to be depleted enough to deserve it, or tired enough to justify it, or broken enough to need it. You are here. The rain is here, and the oldest available invitation to rest, the one the nervous system has always recognized, is falling right now through every level of the living forest. Simply let it. one breath at a time, one drop at a time. Before we move into the deeper work of tonight, take a moment to feel where you are, not where you think you should be or where you're trying to get to, where you actually are right now, in this body, in this dark, in this specific particular moment of the night with the heavy forest rain falling through the awareness. Notice the surface beneath you, the support that is already here, already holding you, already doing the work of holding you, not requiring anything from you in return. The mattress or the surface beneath your back, the pillow beneath your head, the weight of the blanket, if there is one, all of it already here, all of it already doing what it came to do. You don't have to hold yourself up right now. The surface has you, and the rain is falling outside or in the awareness, which tonight is the same thing. The heavy forest rain is moving through the old forest the way it has been moving through old forests since long before anyone was here to listen to it, through the canopy's million leaves, along the branches, through the understory, down to the ancient, patient forest floor, a living sound, not the sound of rain on stone or rain on glass or rain on any surface that simply deflects it, the sound of rain received by living things, translated by the leaf specific shape and the branch's specific angle and the moss's specific absorption into something richer, more complex, more biologically alive than the original rainfall. This is the sound moving through your awareness right now. Let it be the primary thing, not a background, not an ambient addition to the session. The primary thing, the sound that the rest of tonight moves around and through, the sound that is here when the words fall quiet, the sound that will be here through every remaining hour of the night, long after the guidance has stepped back and the sleep has arrived. The rain has all night, and so do you. There is no hurry here, no pace to keep up with, no correct way to receive what is being thought of. The rain does not assess whether you are resting properly. It does not evaluate the quality of your surrender. It simply falls, heavy and steady and patient, and offers the same thing it has always offered, the invitation to let go. Not of everything, not forever. The rain is not asking you to resolve anything tonight, or release anything permanently, or arrive at any particular state of peace or completion. The rain is asking something much simpler than that. Let go for this exhale, just this one. The breath that is happening right now. Let the exhale carry something with it as it goes, not by forcing it or directing it, by getting out of its way, by allowing the exhale to be as complete as it wants to be, rather than stopping it before it is ready to stop. And at the bottom of that exhale, the natural pause that exists when the breath has genuinely finished. Rest there for just a moment. The rain is falling in that pause. The heavy, unhurried, ancient sound of rain in the living forest is present in the space between one breath and the next. And in that space, something softens. Something that has been braced, maybe for a long time, finds the beginning of its releasing. You don't have to name it. You don't have to understand it or track its progress or assess whether the releasing is happening at the right rate or to the right depth. Simply let the exhale complete. Let the pause at the bottom be inhabited for its natural moment, and let the next inhale arrive when it is genuinely ready. This is all that is being asked, breath by breath, drop by drop, the heavy forest rain doing what it came to do, and the depleted person, the worn through, kept going, quietly absorbing person who arrived here tonight carrying more than the ordinary, has been reaching, beginning very gently to receive what has always been available, the oldest available restoration, the rain in the living forest, the breath that finds its pace within it, the body that remembers, underneath all the keeping going, what it feels like to simply rest. It begins here, in this breath, in this rain. Tonight has a shape, not a rigid one, not a schedule to keep up with or a program to complete correctly. A gentle one, a shape that exists to support you, not to demand anything from you. So let me offer it to you simply before we move into the deeper rest. We'll begin where we are, here, in this breath, in this body, with the heavy forest rain already present and already working. You won't have to do anything to make the rain work. It simply does. The way the rain always has. From here, we'll move gently through the body, not with force or instruction, with care, the way you might tend to something that has been working very hard for a very long time. Each part of you acknowledged, each area given a moment of devoted, loving presence, each place where the tension has been living, invited to soften into the rain. The body scan is not a technique tonight. It is a gesture of gratitude for the jaw that has been holding the composed expression, for the shoulders that have been carrying the weight, for the belly that has been breathing the constrained breath of the person who hasn't had time to fully exhale, for all of it, all the faithful, unremarkable, extraordinary daily work of the body that has been keeping you going. We'll tend to each part of that. Then we'll move into the deeper rest, the place where the heavy forest rain does its most complete, available work, where the sound reaches further than the surface, where something in the nervous system receiving the ancient signal of the rain in the living forest begins the deeper settling that the ordinary rest doesn't always reach. And from there, the sleep, with the rain present through every remaining hour, with the forest continuing to receive the heavy rainfall through every layer of its living architecture, with the ancient sound doing what it has always done for the ancient nervous system that has always known it as the signal of the safe night, the sheltered rest, the end of the keeping going and the beginning of the genuine restoration. You will not have to make any of this happen. You only have to stay. And staying tonight is simply breathing, simply letting the exhale complete, simply allowing the rain to be the primary thing, the sound that the awareness rests against when the words are not present, the sound that holds the session, the way the forest floor holds the rain. One last thing before we begin. If at any point tonight your mind wanders, and it may, because minds do, and that is not a problem, simply bring it back to the rain. Not with frustration, not with effort. The way the rain brings the leaf back to stillness, gently, without insisting. Your thoughts are welcome here, every one of them. There is not a single thought tonight that you need to push away or resist or argue with. If a thought arrives, about the day, about tomorrow, about anything at all, you can breathe it out. Imagine it becoming a drop of water. Watch it find its way slowly down and into the rain below, and return to the sound. The rain will always be here when you return. It has been falling the whole time. It will keep falling, and underneath every thought, underneath every worry, underneath everything the busy mind produces, the rain is there, steady and heavy and patient and completely, quietly present. That is tonight's invitation. Not to silence the mind, not to achieve the perfect rest, not to be sufficiently depleted or sufficiently surrendered or sufficiently anything, simply to breathe, to let the heavy forest rain be the primary sound, to allow the body, this faithful, worn through, kept going body, to receive what the rain has always been offering. The restoration that lives underneath the ordinary rest, the quiet that lives underneath the noise, the rest that reaches further. It is here. The rain is here. And we begin now, gently, without hurry, one breath at a time, into the deepest available rest this night can offer. There is something about the depleted person that deserves to be said out loud, because it often goes unsaid. The depleted person is usually the capable one, the one who shows up, the one others lean on, the one who has been managing, quietly, competently, without making too much of it, for longer than anyone around them fully knows. And the specific exhaustion that brings the depleted person here tonight is not the exhaustion that is easy to explain. It is not the exhaustion of the dramatic crisis or the visible collapse. It is the quieter kind, the kind that coexists with functioning, the kind that is present while the emails are being sent and the responsibilities are being met and the ordinary face of the ordinary adequate person is being maintained. Tired, but fine. Exhausted, but managing. Depleted, but not in a way that anyone else has particularly noticed. If that is where you are tonight, I want you to know that I see it. Not the performance of it, the reality of it, the specific, quietly extraordinary cost of being the person who keeps going. The jaw that holds the composed expression, the shoulders that carry the load, the belly that holds the breath a little short because there hasn't been time, or space or permission to fully exhale. You have been doing something remarkable, and it has cost something real. The thing about the depleted body is that it settles differently from the ordinarily tired body. The ordinarily tired body lies down and begins to let go fairly readily. The day is done. The rest is welcome. The settling happens naturally, without much resistance. The depleted body is different. The depleted body lies down and finds that something is still running, still braced, still alert in the specific low level, below the awareness way of the nervous system that has been on for so long that the off position has become unfamiliar. Not dramatically alert, quietly alert, the kind of alertness that coexists with exhaustion, the kind that has been there for so long that it has started to feel like simply the way things are. This is not a flaw. This is the body being honest. The nervous system that has been running a sustained stress response for months or longer does not simply stop running it because the lying down has occurred. The stress response has its own momentum, its own residual quality, its own way of persisting gently into the night, even when the conscious mind has decided the day is done. And this is why the heavy forest rain matters tonight more than usual, because the settling the depleted person needs is not the kind that instruction produces. Telling the depleted nervous system to relax is a little like telling the rain to stop falling. The instruction doesn't reach the level where the response lives. What reaches it is this, the sound of the heavy rain in the living forest, moving through the canopy, finding its way down through every layer, steady and patient and completely, quietly present. This sound is not an instruction to the nervous system. It is a signal, the oldest available signal that says the night is here, the shelter is here, the keeping going can stop. Let the rain reach that part of you now. Not the thinking part, not the part that is evaluating whether you are resting correctly or depleted enough to deserve this or present in the right way. The older part, the part underneath the thinking, the part that the rain has always spoken to in every forest, in every night, for every person who ever lay down in the shelter while the rain fell outside. That part knows this sound, and that part is listening right now. So, rather than trying to settle, rather than instructing yourself to relax or directing your body to release or performing the correct quality of restfulness, simply let the rain do what it came to do. It will reach what it can reach, And what it can reach tonight is further than the ordinary rest. So take a breath now, slow and full, the kind of breath that has room in it. Let the chest rise gently as you breathe in, and with the exhale, long, complete, unhurried, let the rain carry something with it as it goes. Not everything, just something. Whatever is closest to the surface, whatever has been asking most recently to be set down. Breathe it out into the rain. Let it become a drop. Let the rain have it, and rest for a moment in the pause at the bottom of the exhale. The natural pause, the small, always available stillness that lives at the bottom of the complete breath. The rain is in that pause, the forest is in that pause, and the depleted nervous system, receiving the ancient signal of the rain, is beginning, however gradually, however gently, to recognize that tonight is different. Tonight something reaches further. The rain is here, and so are you. Let the rain be the primary sound now. Not one of many sounds, the primary one. The sound that the awareness rests against. The sound that fills the space between the words and remains when the words have passed. The heavy, steady, living sound of the rain moving through the old forest. Present in every available direction simultaneously, unhurried and consistent and completely, quietly here. You don't need to do anything with it. You don't need to focus on it in a particular way or maintain the right quality of attention toward it or ensure that you are receiving it correctly. Simply let it be present. The way the forest lets the rain be present, without effort, without achieving the right relationship to it, simply receiving what falls. Now gently, let the breath find the rain's rhythm, not by counting, not by following a technique or maintaining a precise ratio, simply by noticing that the rain has a pace, a heavy, sustained, moderate pace that is slower than the busy day's pace and more patient than the urgent breath, and allowing your own breath to drift very naturally toward it. The exhale especially. The heavy rain's rhythm is exhale-like, long, complete, unhurried, the sound of something releasing. Not a single dramatic release, but the continuous, patient, going to keep releasing quality of the rainfall that has all night. Let your exhale have that quality now, not forced, not extended beyond what feels natural, simply allowed to be as complete as it wants to be. Let it travel a little further than the busy day's breath traveled. Let the belly soften with it, not pushed in, simply softening, the diaphragm rising naturally as the breath departs. And at the very bottom of the exhale, when the breath has genuinely finished, rest there for just a natural moment. The rain is falling in that pause. The forest is receiving the rain in that pause. And in that same pause, the nervous system, receiving the accumulated signal of the rain and the complete exhale together, is doing something quiet and important. It is beginning to believe that it is safe to rest, not because it has been convinced, because the body has provided it with the evidence it was waiting for. The complete exhale, the long, belly softening pause at the bottom exhale, is one of the body's own signals that the alert is not currently needed at the level it has been running, and the rain present in that pause is the oldest available external confirmation of the same thing. Together, they are a conversation, the body and the rain, the exhale and the falling water, speaking the language that the nervous system has always responded to. Not in words, in the felt quality of the body, in the moment of the complete exhale, in the sound of the heavy rain. Take another breath now. Let the inhale arrive gently when it is ready, not a moment sooner, not a moment later, simply allowing the breath to move at the pace it finds when you stop directing it and simply make room for it. And the exhale long, patient, complete. Notice how the rain accompanies it. the heavy forest rain falling at approximately the pace the restful breath finds. Not a metronome, not a precise count, the living, slightly irregular, biologically complex pace of the rainfall through the living forest. Never exactly the same from one moment to the next, always within the same unhurried range. The breath can find that range. Yours will find it in its own way, at its own pace. That is the invitation, not to achieve the correct breath rate or maintain the perfect rhythm, but simply to allow the breath to drift toward the rain's patient quality and let it settle wherever it settled. And with each complete exhale, something releases, not dramatically, gradually. The specific, gentle, drop-by-drop quality of the releasing that the rain itself demonstrates. Not one large release that resolves everything. The continuous, patient, one breath at a time, releasing of the person who has stopped bracing and started breathing. The jaw softening with the exhale. The shoulders dropping a fraction with the exhale. The belly participating more fully with the exhale. Each complete breath cycle contributing its small, honest, real degree to the settling that the depleted person most needs and that the heavy forest rain is most specifically here to support. You don't have to track it. You don't have to ensure that each exhale is producing the correct degree of releasing or monitor whether the settling is happening at the right rate. Simply breathe. Simply let the exhale be as complete as it wants to be. Simply allow the rain to accompany each departure. The rain knows its work, and the breath, your breath, following the rain's patient pace, is already doing more than it knows. One exhale at a time, one drop at a time, the heavy forest rain falling through the living forest, and the depleted person breathing with it, and something very gradually beginning to release. Now, gently, offer the weight of your body to the surface beneath you. Not some of it or all of it. The weight of the legs, the weight of the arms, the weight of the back and the shoulders and the head. Every part of the body that has been held in some small degree of readiness, ready to move, ready to respond, ready for the next thing. Offering that readiness down into the surface that is already here, already supporting, already more than capable of receiving everything the body has to give. You have been holding yourself together for a long time. Tonight the surface holds you. Let that be true right now, not as an idea but as a physical reality that the body can lean into. The mattress beneath you, or whatever surface you're resting on, is already doing the work of holding. It has been doing it since you arrived. It will keep doing it through every remaining hour. You don't have to help it. So begin with the feet. Just notice them, the weight of them, the specific heaviness of the feet that have been carrying you through the day. Through every step, every room, every moment of the ordinary day's navigation. Take a moment to offer them something simple. Gratitude for all the ways they have supported you without acknowledgement, for all the ground they have covered, for the quiet, unremarked faithfulness of the feet that have been doing their work through every ordinary day of the keeping going. And then invite them to rest. Simply whisper to them, not in words, in attention, it is time to rest now. There is nowhere left to go tonight. The ground is here. The surface is here. The heavy forest rain is falling outside. You can stop now. Let the feet grow heavy. Let them sink into the surface beneath them with the full, complete, nothing held back quality of the weight given over entirely to the support that is already here. Then let that heaviness rise slowly through the legs, the calves softening, the backs of the knees releasing, the thighs growing heavier, the large muscles of the legs that have been carrying the body's weight through the day melting now into the surface beneath them. Heavy and warm and completely supported. Notice the rain accompanying this. The heavy, steady rain in the living forest, present in the awareness as the body grows heavier. As the legs release, as the weight moves downward into the support that has always been here, the rain does not ask the body to be lighter. It simply falls, steady and heavy itself, and in its heaviness there is a kind of permission. The permission to be heavy too, to stop holding up, to give the weight to the earth the way the rain gives its weight to whatever surface receives it. Let the hips settle now, the pelvis softening into the surface, the lower back finding its natural position, supported, held, not required to maintain any particular shape or tension for anyone's benefit, simply the lower back in its natural curve, received by the surface, beneath it, heavy and released. And through all of this, the breath continuing, the long, rain-paced exhale, carrying something with each departure, the pause at the bottom receiving the rain, the next inhale arriving gently when it is ready, each cycle contributing its honest, gradual, one breath at a time degree to the settling. Take a moment now to sense the whole of the lower body, from the hips down to the toes, all of it resting, all of it supported, all of it heavier than when the session began, not with the heaviness of burden, with the heaviness of the body that has finally, genuinely given its weight to the surface that has been waiting to receive it. Offer the whole lower body a whisper of gratitude for all the ways it has carried you, for all the weight it has borne, not just the physical weight of the body moving through the day, but the other weight too, the weight that the depleted person carries in the specific whole body, not just in the mind quality of the genuine depletion. It has been faithful, every part of it, through every day of the keeping going, through every morning of waking still tired, through every ordinary act of the person functioning through the depletion, faithful and unremarked and deserving of this. The surface beneath you, the heavy forest rain above, the body between them, heavy and warm, and for the first time today, genuinely giving all of its weight to the support that has always been here. Rest in that now. Something has shifted, not dramatically, gently, in the specific, quiet, attending to it produce way of the shift that has been happening gradually through every section of tonight so far. The breath slower than when you arrived, the lower body heavier in the surfaces receiving, the exhale a little more complete, the pause at the bottom of the breath a little more inhabited, the rain still falling, heavy and steady and patient, as it has been since the beginning, as it will be through every remaining hour. Take a moment now to simply notice where you are, not where you are trying to get to, not how far the settling has progressed or whether it is happening at the right rate. Simply where you are right now, in this body, on this surface, with this breath, in this rain. This is enough. Whatever is happening in the body right now, whatever degree of releasing has occurred, whatever quality of heaviness has arrived in the legs and the hips and the breath, this is the honest, real, attending to the body reality of where the settling is tonight. And it is enough. It is the right place. It is the place the session has brought you to, and the place the next chapter of tonight will build from. Notice the jaw, not to direct it, to notice it. The jaw that has been maintaining the composed expression through every interaction of the day. The jaw that holds the quiet management of the depleted person who has been fine in every visible way. Simply notice its quality right now, in this moment after the breath has been slowing and the lower body has been settling and the rain has been present. Is it a little softer than when you arrived? even fractionally, even by the small, honest one exhale's worth degree that the settling has produced. That fraction is real. That fraction is the jaw releasing the performance by the degree that the rain and the breath and the surfaces receiving have together made available. Notice the shoulders, the specific day accumulated, something to brace against quality of the shoulders in the depleted person. The shoulders that have been slightly elevated, maybe just slightly, maybe not consciously, through every hour of the ordinary day. Take a moment to notice where they are right now, lower than the session's beginning, even a little, even by the honest proportional. This what the settling has produced degree, that lowering is real. The rain and the breath and the weight given to the surface have together produced it, not because the settling was performed correctly, but because the conditions have been right and the body has been responding to the conditions in the specific, honest, physiologically real way of the body that has been given what it needs. Notice the breath, slower than when you arrived, more complete in its exhale, more present in its pause at the bottom, the belly participating more fully than the ordinary day's constrained breath was allowing. Each cycle a little more of the restoring that the depleted person most needs. All of this is real. All of it is the honest attending to the body, present moment reality of what the settling has produced through the first chapter of tonight. Not imagined, genuinely, specifically, physically real, and the rain has been present through all of it. This is what the heavy forest rain does, not by magic, not through a mechanism that requires your belief to function, by being present, steady, heavy, unhurried, patient. In the acoustic space where the nervous system has always received the signal that the night is here and the shelter is here, and the keeping going can stop, the body has been receiving that signal and responding. In the jaw's small softening, in the shoulders' small lowering, in the breath's small deepening, in the weight given to the surface beneath, in the pause at the bottom of the exhale that is a little more inhabited than it was. These are not small things for the depleted person, for the person who has been braced and alert and running the quiet stress response through every ordinary day for longer than the ordinary rest has been able to address. These small shifts are the beginning of the deeper restoration. The rain is here. The body has begun to respond. And from this beginning, from this honest, real, gradual, one exhale at a time beginning, the rest of tonight builds. The body scan is next. Each part of you tended to, each area given the specific, devoted, loving presence of a session that was built for the person who has been giving everything and receiving less than enough. The rain will accompany all of it. Let your awareness travel now to your face, gently, without effort, simply allowing the attention to arrive there the way the rain arrives on a leaf, not forcing anything, simply landing. The face has been working today, not just in the obvious ways, the expressions, the conversations, the appropriate responses to the appropriate moments. In the quieter ways too, the specific below the awareness work of the face that belongs to the person who has been managing, the composed expression maintained through the meetings, the fine expression offered to the people who asked how you were doing, the small, daily, unremarked performance of the person who is holding it together, the jaw especially. Take a moment to simply notice the jaw right now, not to change it, to notice it, the specific quality it is holding, the small degree of tension that may be living there, in the masseter muscles on either side of the face, in the hinge of the jaw, in the place where the teeth may be very slightly in contact. This tension is not a problem. It is information. It is the jaw being honest about what it has been asked to do today, about how long it has been maintaining the composed expression, about how much quiet managing has been required of the smallest muscles in the face. Offer the jaw something now, not instruction. Presence, the specific, devoted, caring quality of attention that says, I see what you have been doing, I know what it has cost, and you can rest now. Breathe in gently, and with the exhale, long, complete, rain accompanied, invite the jaw to soften, not to drop dramatically or release entirely on the first breath, simply to soften by the honest degree that one complete exhale makes available. Even a fraction, even the small, real one exhale's worth softening that arrives when the jaw has been given permission to release the performance it has been maintaining. Let the teeth part very slightly. Let the tongue find its natural resting position. Soft in the mouth, not pressed to the roof, simply resting. And let the muscles on either side of the jaw release a little of the holding they have been doing. Not all of it, just a little. The degree, the rain, and the exhale together make available. Now the forehead. The small muscles of the forehead that carry the concentration, expression. The slight furrow that appears when the mind is working, when the managing is active, when the quiet vigilance of the depleted person is running its below the awareness program. Simply notice the forehead now, its quality, its texture, and with the next exhale invite it to smooth, not forced, not performed. The natural exhale accompanied smoothing of the forehead that occurs when the concentration has been given permission to pause, when the vigilance has been told, gently, kindly, that it can rest for these hours. The rain is washing over the forehead now, not literally, in the awareness which, tonight, is its own kind of real. The heavy forest, rain, steady and patient and cleansing, moving through the forehead the way it moves through the forest floor, receiving whatever is there, carrying it gently downward, leaving the surface quieter than it found it. Let it. The eyes now. Behind their closed lids, the eyes are resting, not monitoring, not calibrating the next social response, or evaluating the quality of the current expression. Simply resting, the eyelids soft, the muscles around the eyes released, the eyes themselves in the specific private. Nobody is watching quality of the eyes that are behind their lids in the dark. Offer the eyes a moment of gratitude for all they have witnessed today, for all the navigating and assessing and reading of situations they have done, for the quiet, continuous, entirely unremarked work of the eyes that have been helping you find your way through the ordinary day, and remind them, it is time to rest now. There is nothing left to see tonight, no situation to assess, no expression to read, no appropriate response to calibrate. The heavy forest rain is outside, and the dark is here, and the eyes can simply be behind their lids in the quiet. The whole face softening now, all of it together, the jaw and the forehead and the eyes, and the cheeks and the space between the brows. All of it receiving the exhale's permission to release, all of it receiving the rain's patient cleansing, not all at once, not completely, gradually, honestly, by the degree that the accumulated breath and the accumulated rain and the accumulated permission of tonight has made available. The face that is here, right now, soft jaw, smooth forehead, resting eyes, is the private face, the face that no ordinary day allows, the face that exists only in the genuinely unwatched space. This is that space. The heavy forest rain is here, and the face is resting in it, private, soft, unrequired. Take a slow breath now into that softness, and let the exhale carry the last of the day's expression with it as it goes. Let the awareness travel down now, from the face down through the throat into the chest. The throat first. The throat has been working today in ways that go beyond the obvious. Yes, the conversations, the words, the voice offered to the ordinary days, ordinary interactions. But also the quieter work, the specific below-the-surface work of the throat that belongs to the person who has been managing. The voice kept at the appropriate register, the appropriate steadiness maintained, the small daily effort of sounding fine when fine is what the situation required. Simply notice the throat now, its quality, whether there is any holding there, any residual engagement of the muscles that have been producing the composed voice through the day, and with the next exhale, invite the throat to open, not to do anything, to open, to release the specific gentle tension of the voice that has been monitored and managed and produced at the appropriate quality through every interaction of the day. The throat softening, the muscles around the larynx releasing, the swallowing reflex completing once, gently, as the throat finds its more open and unguarded quality. The rain accompanies this, the heavy forest rain moving through the throat in the awareness the way it moves through the understory of the old forest, gently finding its way through, carrying what it finds downward into the earth. The throat quieter after the rain has passed through it, softer, more open. There is nothing the throat needs to produce tonight. No words, no appropriate voice, no managed steadiness. Simply the throat in its open, unmonitored, private quality. The throat that exists when no one is listening and nothing is required. Now the chest that has been breathing the constrained breath of the depleted person through every hour of the ordinary day. The breath that has been a little too short, a little too controlled, a little too managed against the full expansion that the genuine breath produces when it is allowed to arrive completely. Notice the chest right now, the gentle rise and fall with each breath cycle, the way the rib cage expands with the inhale, maybe not as fully as it could, maybe carrying a small residual compression from the day's constrained breathing. Invite the chest to widen now. With the next inhale, let the rib cage expand a little more fully than the ordinary breath has been allowing. Not dramatically, not a performed deep breath, simply the natural, fuller expansion of the chest that becomes available when the body has been given the permission and the space to breathe more completely and with thee. The full departure, the ribcage releasing its expansion, the chest softening as the breath departs, the belly participating in the exhale's completion, rising gently as the diaphragm ascends, the full exhale moving through the body the way the heavy rain moves through the forest. Not stopping short, travelling to its natural end. The heart is in this chest. Spend a moment with the heart, honouring whatever it may be holding tonight. The hearts of the depleted carry things that are not often spoken. The quiet grief of the sustained overextension, the specific loneliness of the person who has been giving more than they have received, the small weariness of the heart that has been loving and managing and caring and holding things together for longer than it has been fully replenished. Whatever your heart is holding tonight, it is welcome here. You don't need to name it or understand it or resolve it. Simply let it be acknowledged. Let the rain wash through the chest. Gently, without forcing anything, the heavy forest rain moving through the heart space the way it moves through the forest's most sheltered places, slowly and with care. And if it feels right, if it feels nourishing for you, you might take a moment to lay one palm on the center of your chest. A gesture of care, of kindness, of the specific devoted attention that the heart of the depleted person rarely receives and deeply deserves. And silently, if it feels true for you, offer the heart something simple. You have done enough. You are doing enough. You are enough. Not as a performance, not as a thing that needs to be believed immediately or completely. Simply as an offering, a seed placed in the chest's receiving ground, the rain carrying it gently inward. Rest with the heart for a breath or two, feeling the way it is nourished by each inhale, the oxygen arriving, the chest expanding around it, the heart receiving what each breath brings, and softening with each exhale, releasing by the exhale's honest degree whatever it has been holding that does not need to be held through the night. The throat open, the chest wider, the heart acknowledged, the heavy forest rain moving through all of it, gently, patiently, carrying what it finds toward the earth below. Simply rest here now, for this breath, and the next. Let the awareness travel now to the shoulders, and take a moment before anything else to simply honor them. The shoulders of the depleted person carry something specific, not just the physical weight of the arms, the other weight, the weight that the depleted person has been carrying in the specific above the awareness. Nobody quite sees it quality of the load that belongs to the person who keeps going, the weight of the responsibility, the weight of the managing, the weight of the being the one who holds things together. The shoulders know this weight intimately. They have been carrying it, elevated, slightly braced, ready for the next thing. Through every hour of every ordinary day of the keeping going, not dramatically elevated, just slightly, just enough to signal to the nervous system that the load is still present, that the readiness is still required, that keeping going is still. What the moment asks, simply notice where the shoulders are right now, their position, their quality, whether there is a small, residual, day-accumulated elevation there, the specific, above their natural resting position quality of the shoulders that have been carrying the load, and then gently offer them something, the weight that has been on the shoulders, the specific, real, honestly carried weight of the depleted person's ordinary days. Imagine it, very gently, being washed from the shoulders by the heavy forest rain, not all at once, drop by drop, the way the rain washes the forest floor, patient, continuous, not forcing anything, simply moving what is there gently downward into the earth, where it can be received and renewed. The shoulders receiving the rain now, and with the next exhale, long, complete, rain accompanied, invite them to fall. Not pushed down, simply released downward, by the degree that the accumulated evening and the accumulated breath and the accumulated rain have together made available the trapezius muscles, the broad, yoke-shaped muscles across the tops of the shoulders, releasing their elevation, the shoulders finding a position that is lower than the day allowed them to be, even fractionally, even by the small, honest one exhale's worth lowering that the permission produces. That lowering is real. The load is genuinely, for these hours, being set down, not abandoned, set down. The things that need to be carried will be there tomorrow. They will be carried again when tomorrow requires it. But at night, in this dark, with the heavy forest rain falling through the living forest, and the breath finding the rain's patient rhythm, the shoulders can release the readiness. There is nothing on the other side of tonight that requires the bracing right now. Let the arms grow heavy now, following the shoulders releasing, the heaviness traveling down through the upper arms, through the elbows, through the forearms, all the way into the hands, each area receiving the exhale's permission to let go. Each muscle, the biceps, the triceps, the muscles of the forearm that have been performing their work through every ordinary day's ordinary activity, releasing their tone into the surface beneath, heavy, warm, supported. The arms that have been doing, fixing, carrying, reaching, managing, resting now in the specific nothing left to do quality of the arms that have been told kindly and clearly that their work for today is complete. And the hands. The hands of the depleted person deserve their own moment. These hands have been so faithful through every email typed and every task completed and every gesture of care offered to everyone who needed something, from the person who always seemed to have something to give. Through all of it, the hands have been present, active, available, doing. Take a moment to offer them something back. Simply the awareness, the specific, devoted, caring quality of attention that says, I see what you have done, I know what it cost, and you can rest now. Let the fingers uncurl, not deliberately. Allow them to find the open position they find when the holding has been genuinely released. The palms softening, the fingers loose, the hands in the specific open, nothing to fix or hold quality of the hands that have been given permission to simply be. The heavy forest rain washing over the hands now, the cleansing quality of it, the steady, patient, drop-by-drop quality of the rain that carries away what no longer needs to be held, leaving the surface quieter and more open than it found it, bare full, loving witness to the arms and hands. Thank them, genuinely, for all they do, for all they have done through every ordinary day of the keeping going, for the unremarked faithfulness of the arms and hands of the depleted person who has been giving more than they have been receiving. And remind them, there is nothing they need to fix or control or cling to tonight. The heavy forest rain is doing the work now. Drop by drop, breath by breath, the shoulders lower, the arms heavy, the hands open and warm. Simply rest here for a breath. Let the rain accompany the resting. Let the awareness travel down now into the belly, into the center of the body, the place where the breath lives most fully, when the breath is allowed to live fully, and the place where the breath has been most specifically constrained through the ordinary days of the depleted person's keeping going. The belly holds something specific for the depleted person. It holds the held breath, not dramatically held, the specific, subtle, day-accumulated quality of the breath that has been a little too short or a little too long. The belly that has been slightly contracted, slightly managed against the full expansion that the genuine breath produces, not because of any conscious decision, because the body under sustained stress tends to keep the breath high and short and controlled, rather than allowing the full belly involving, diaphragm descending, complete breath that the body produces when it is genuinely at rest. The belly knows the difference between those two breaths. It has been waiting for the second one. Simply notice the belly now, whether it is fully participating in the breath or whether there is a small, residual, day-long holding there, whether the inhale is arriving in the belly or stopping in the chest, whether the exhale is completing fully or stopping a little short of its natural end. No judgment, simply noticing, and now, with the next inhale, gently invite the belly to participate. Not a forced belly breath, not a performed expansion of the abdomen, simply the natural, available, always possible movement of the belly that occurs when the diaphragm is allowed to descend fully with the inhale, the belly rising gently, naturally, as the diaphragm creates the space for the breath to arrive. Let the belly rise, and with the exhale, let it fall, the diaphragm ascending, the belly softening, the breath departing completely, traveling all the way to the natural end of the exhale before the next inhale arrives. And at the bottom of the exhale, rest there, in the small, always available, natural pause at the bottom of the complete breath. The belly at its softest, the diaphragm at its highest, the breath at its most completely departed. The rain is falling in that pause, the heavy forest rain, steady, patient, dropping through every layer of the living forest, is present in the specific, brief, always available stillness at the bottom of the complete exhale. And in that pause, the body is doing something important, something that does not require any effort or intention or correct performance. It is simply being, not doing, not managing, not producing the breath for anyone's benefit or maintaining any particular quality of the breathing for any external requirement. Simply being the body in the pause at the bottom of the complete exhale, with the heavy forest rain in the awareness, and the surface beneath, and the darkness around, and nothing being asked. Let the belly breathe for a few cycles now. The rise with the inhale, gentle, natural, the diaphragm descending, the belly expanding to accommodate the breath's arrival, and the fall with the exhale, soft and complete, the belly moving inward and upward as the breath departs, the full exhale travelling to its natural end. Notice the rain accompanying each cycle, the exhale and the rainfall, both departing, both releasing, both travelling downward, the breath and the rain in the same patient, unhurried quality, neither forcing anything, neither stopping short, both simply completing what they came to do. And after several cycles, the belly is softer than when the section began, not dramatically softer, honestly softer, by the specific, real, attending to the belly controversible degree that the several complete breath cycles have produced, the holding that has been living in the belly, the subtle, day-accumulated, sustained stress response quality of the belly that has been slightly contracted, is releasing by the honest proportional degree that the complete breath and the rain and the permission of tonight have together made available. This is real. The belly knows it. Now offer the belly something it has rarely received through the ordinary days of the keeping going. Gratitude for holding the breath that the day required, for absorbing the stress that the belly absorbs, the specific, physiologically real, felt in the gut quality of the body's honest response to sustained demand, for never complaining, never withdrawing its function, never refusing to do what was asked of it, even when what was asked of it was the constrained, managed, performance-appropriate breath of the depleted person who didn't have time to fully exhale. The belly has been faithful in its own quiet way through every held breath and every short exhale and every moment when the full breathing would have been the kinder thing and the managed breathing was what the situation required. Offer it this now, the full breath, the complete exhale, the pause at the bottom, the next inhale arriving when the body is genuinely ready, the most honest and the most nourishing thing the belly has received today. The rain is accompanying it, the heavy forest rain falling through the living forest, steady and patient, drop by drop, reaching the ancient floor below, and the belly finally breathing the full breath that it has always known how to breathe. Simply rest here, in the belly's full breathing, in the rain's patient falling, in the specific warm held quality of the body that is being tended to. Now take the whole body in at once, not one area at a time, all of it together, the way the body actually is, a whole, not a collection of parts, receiving the awareness in its full, simultaneous, integrated reality. The face soft, the jaw that has been releasing the performance, the forehead that has been smoothing, the eyes resting behind their lids in the private dark, the whole face in the specific, unwatched, unrequired quality of the face that exists only when nothing is being asked of it. The throat, open, the voices monitoring quiet, the managed steadiness released. The throat in its open, unguarded, private quality. The throat that does not need to produce anything for anyone tonight. The chest, wider, the breath arriving more fully than the ordinary day was allowing. The heart inside it acknowledged whatever it has been holding honored, offered the reins, patient, cleansing, given the specific, caring attention that the heart of the depleted person so rarely receives. The belly breathing, rising and falling with each complete breath cycle. The diaphragm moving through its full range. The held breath of the depleted person released into the exhale. Breath by breath, the belly participating more fully than the ordinary day's managed breathing permitted. The shoulders lower, the load set down for these hours. The brace released by the honest degree that the rain and the breath and the evening's accumulated permission have produced. The arms heavy along the sides, nothing to fix or hold or manage. The hands open and warm, their faithful work acknowledged and released. The lower body heavy. The hips settled into the surface. The legs melted into the support that has been here the whole time. The feet, those faithful, unremarked, always carrying feet, warm and heavy, and finally, genuinely resting. The whole body. In the heavy forest rain, all of it simultaneously. Every area that has been tended to tonight receiving the rain's patient presence, the breath's completing rhythm, the surface's unconditional support, all of it more released than when the session began. Not completely, honestly, by the specific real attending to the body degree that tonight has produced. The rain is falling through all of it, not just outside, through the awareness which tonight is its own kind of real, moving through the forehead and the jaw and the throat and the chest and the belly and the shoulders and the arms and the hands and the hips and the legs and the feet. Patient and heavy and cleansing, carrying what it finds gently downward into the earth below. And something in the body, something that has been braced and alert and quietly on for a very long time, is beginning, genuinely, to rest, not to perform the resting, not to achieve the correct quality of the relaxation, to actually rest, in the specific, physiologically real, attending to the body, conservative way of the body that has been given the right conditions and has begun responding to them. This is what tonight is. The conditions being right, the rain present, the breath completing, the surface supporting, the awareness attending to each part of the body with the specific, devoted, caring quality of presence that the depleted person has been giving to everyone else and rarely receiving themselves. Tonight you are on the receiving end. Simply notice what that feels like, not to analyze it or assess whether you are receiving it correctly. Simply to notice the quality of the body right now, heavier, softer, more completely supported than when the session began. The quality of the breath, slower, more complete, more belly involving than the ordinary day's managed breathing. The quality of the awareness, less divided, more here, more fully present in this body, on this surface with this rain. This is the beginning of the restoration, not the completion, the beginning. The body scan has done its first pass of every area, each part acknowledged and tended to and offered the rain's patient cleansing, each part a little more released than before. From this beginning, the session builds. The science of what is happening in the nervous system, the deeper rest, the recovery that reaches further, the sleep that the heavy forest rain has been working towards since the first drop fell through the canopy's leaves, all of it ahead. But right now, before the next chapter begins, simply rest here in the whole body's releasing, in the heavy forest rain's patient falling, in the specific, warm, tended quality of the body that has been given something it has needed for a long time, devoted, caring presence. One breath at a time, one drop at a time. The heavy forest rain is still falling, and so are you. Into the deeper rest that tonight has been building toward from the very first breath, there is something worth understanding tonight. Not because you need to understand it for the session to work. The rain is working, whether you understand it or not, but because for some people, and perhaps you are one of them, the understanding helps. Knowing what is happening makes the receiving easier, makes the permission feel more grounded, makes the rest feel more like something real rather than something wished for. So here is something real. The body has a stress system. You've probably heard it called the fight or flight response, the specific, ancient, extraordinarily sophisticated biological mechanism that activates when the body perceives that something demanding is being asked of it. The heart rate rises, the breath shortens, the muscles prepare. The awareness sharpens toward the source of the demand. This system was designed for the acute moment, the specific, short duration, here and then gone quality of the demand that the stress response was built to address. The threat arrives. The body responds. The threat passes. The body returns to rest. But the depleted person's stress system has not been addressing acute moments. It has been addressing the sustained demand, the ongoing. This is not a single crisis. This is simply things are quality of the load that the depleted person has been carrying. And the stress system, which was designed for the acute, does not have a natural, graceful exit from the sustained. It simply keeps running at a lower level than the acute crisis activates it, but running, the specific, below the drama, residual, quiet hum quality of the stress response in the depleted person, still slightly elevated, still slightly braced, still maintaining the specific alertness of the system that has not been given the clear signal that the demand is over. This is why the ordinary rest doesn't fully reach it. The ordinary rest, the lying down, the eyes closed, the intention to sleep, does not automatically tell the stress system that the sustained demand has ended. The stress system is not listening to intentions. It is listening to signals, specific physiological body-level signals that communicate. In the body's own language, below the level of the conscious decision, that the demand is genuinely over and the full restoration can begin. The heavy forest rain is one of those signals, not the only one, but a significant one, a specific, ancient, deeply familiar one. The sound of the heavy rain in the living forest has been communicating the same thing to the human nervous system for longer than any other available signal. The night is here. The shelter is here. The demand of the day has been replaced by the rain, and the rain does not require a response. The rain is not a task to complete or a responsibility to manage or a person who needs something from you. The rain simply falls, and the nervous system receiving the rain's ancient signal can begin, gradually, honestly, breath by breath, to believe that the sustained demand has genuinely, for these hours, paused. This is not magic. This is the body responding to the environment it was calibrated for. The nervous system that evolved in the forest, in the rain, in the specific acoustic environment of the heavy rainfall through the living canopy. That nervous system still carries the calibration, still responds to the rain's signal, still begins when the rain is present and the body is horizontal and the breath is completing, to step down from the sustained stress response toward the deeper rest that the restoration requires. This is what is happening right now, not all at once, not dramatically, in the specific, gradual, one exhale at a time quality of the genuine physiological shift. The stress system receiving the accumulated signal of the rain and the complete breath, and the evenings settling and beginning honestly and proportionally to reduce. The jaw a little softer than the session's beginning, the breath a little more complete, the belly a little more participating, the shoulders a little lower. Each of these is the stress system stepping down by the specific, honest, rain and breath produced degree that the accumulated session has warranted, not performed, not achieved through the correct technique, simply the body responding to the conditions that the conditions deserve. And the conditions tonight are specifically, deliberately, for the depleted person, the heavy forest rain, the complete breath, the surface receiving the body's full weight, the devoted attention of a session that was built to reach where the ordinary rest doesn't reach. These are not ordinary conditions, and the stress system, the faithful, ancient, always doing its best stress system that has been running the sustained response through every ordinary day of the keeping going, is receiving them as what they are, the signal that tonight is different. So let the rain continue to reach you now, not as a technique to perform or a mechanism to activate correctly, simply as the most ancient available signal that the body has always known how to respond to. The rain is falling, the night is here, the demand is over for these hours, and the body, your specific, faithful, depleted, always doing its best body, is beginning to believe it. The breath is doing something tonight that it doesn't often get to do. It is completing, not the breath of the busy day, the specific, shortened, belly constrained, managed against its full expression quality of the breath that the depleted person has been producing through every hour of the sustained demand. That breath stops before it is finished. It arrives in the chest and departs before the belly has had time to fully participate. It moves quickly and shallowly and efficiently. The breath of the person who doesn't have time to fully exhale, because there is always something else requiring attention on the other side of the exhale. Tonight the breath has time, and what the breath does when it has time, when it is given the space and the permission, the brain's patient rhythm as a pacing signal, is something worth paying attention to. It completes. The exhale travels a little further than the ordinary day's exhale travelled. The belly softens a little more fully. The diaphragm ascends a little higher, and at the very bottom of the complete exhale, the natural pause, the small, always available, never forced stillness that exists when the breath has genuinely finished. The body rests for a moment in the most quiet available position within the breath cycle. In that pause, something happens. Not dramatically, quietly. A signal travels from the lungs to the brainstem along the oldest available pathway of the body's self-regulation. The signal says something simple and important. The body is not bracing right now. The controlled, managed, shortened breath of the sustained stress response has its own posture, a specific, below the awareness, body-level quality of readiness. The complete exhale, with its belly softening and its full departure and its natural pause at the bottom, has a different posture entirely. It is the posture of the body that is genuinely resting, and the body, receiving its own complete exhale as the signal of genuine resting, responds. The stress system steps down a little more. The heart rate drops a fraction. The shoulders fall by a small, honest degree. The jaw releases another small measure of the expression it has been maintaining. All of this from the complete exhale. The rain is making this more available than it would otherwise be, because the rain's rhythm, heavy, sustained, patient, dropping through the living forest at the moderate pace of the rainfall that has all night, provides the breath with a natural pacing signal that the breath gravitates toward without being instructed to. The breath drifts toward the rain's rhythm the way a leaf drifts toward the current, not by force, by the natural influence of the environment, and the rain's rhythm is slower than the stressed breath, more complete in its expression, more willing to occupy the full duration of the cycle, more patient at the bottom before the next cycle begins. This is the breath, learning from the rain, without technique, without counting, without the specific, cognitively engaging quality of the counted breathwork practice that produces its own kind of effort. Simply the breath in the presence of the rain, finding the rain's patience as the most available alternative to the urgency it has been expressing through the ordinary days. Let the breath do this now, not by directing it, by getting out of its way, by allowing the next exhale to be as complete as it wants to be, not stopping it before the belly has participated, not beginning the next inhale before the natural pause has been inhabited, not managing the breath against any standard of correctness, simply breathing with the rain at whatever pace the breath finds when it is given the rain's rhythm and the body's full weight in the surface, and the evening's accumulated permission and the specific devoted one area at a time attention of the body scan just completed. That pace is slower than the session began. You may already sense this, the breath arriving with more ease than it arrived with an hour ago, the exhale travelling further, the belly participating more fully, the pause at the bottom more available, more naturally inhabited without effort or intention. This is the restoration beginning, not the completion, the beginning. The stress system receiving the accumulated signal of the complete breath and the rain and the settled body, and stepping down by the honest, proportionate, session-appropriate degree that the conditions have warranted. It will deepen through the sleep. The breath that has been completing through the session will continue completing through the sleep cycles, each complete exhale in the sleep doing the same quiet, honest of signaling to the body that the sustained demand is genuinely for these hours over. The rain will accompany every one of those exhales, heavy and patient and present, through every remaining hour of the night. So simply breathe now. Let the exhale complete. Let the belly soften. Let the pause at the bottom be inhabited for its natural moment. And let the next inhale arrive when the body is genuinely ready. The rain is pacing you, and the breath is finding its way home. The forest is doing something tonight that you may not have considered, beyond the rain sound which is already here, already working, already accompanying every breath and every area of the body scan with its patient, heavy, living quality. The forest itself is contributing something in the air. The heavy rain, falling through the living forest, releases from the surfaces it encounters. The leaves, the bark, the moss, the ancient forest floor, the specific volatile compounds that the forest's organisms have been producing as part of their own living, their chemistry, their communication, their ancient biological language. These compounds reach the awareness through the breath, not as a scent that needs to be identified or an effect that needs to be believed in, simply as the quality of the forest air, the specific, richer than ordinary, living rather than processed quality of the air that is present when the heavy rain is moving through the old forest. The body recognizes this quality, not in the conscious, analytical way, in the older way, the way the body recognizes the smell of rain on the living earth as something safe and known and productive of life, the way certain smells communicate below the level of the thinking mind, that the environment is alive and functioning and a place where rest is available. The forest air in the heavy rain carries this communication, and the body, receiving it through the breath, responds in the way the body has always responded to the signal that the living environment is present, and the night is safe, and the keeping going can stop. It softens a little more. You don't need to analyze this, or verify it, or assess whether you are receiving the forest air correctly. You don't need to do anything with it at all. Simply breathe deeply. The breath is already bringing the forest's air into the body with each inhale. The body is already responding to what the breath brings. Simply allow it. And as the air carries the forest's living quality into the body, and the body softens with each complete exhale, and the rain continues its patient falling through every layer of the living forest, take a moment to notice something. The body is warmer than the session began. Not the warmth of the external environment, the specific interior, spreading warmth of the body that is receiving more of its own circulation. When the stress system steps down, even a little, even by the gradual one exhale at a time degree that tonight has been producing, the circulation that the stress response keeps slightly constricted begins to return to the places it was being kept away from. The hands a little warmer, the feet a little warmer, the face a little warmer. The specific gentle internal circulation quality of the warmth that is not coming from the rain but from the body's own returning blood flow. This warmth is the stress system stepping down, made felt. The body expressing in its own physiological language the honest degree of the restoration that the accumulated session has produced, not claimed, felt, not believed, attended to. Notice it right now, in the hands especially. If the hands have been open on the surface, palms softly facing upward or resting beside the body, the warmth in the palms is the circulation's return made most immediately available to the awareness. The specific, spreading, interior warmth of the palms that have been given permission to stop holding and have opened into the surface's support. This warmth is real. It is the body responding honestly to the conditions tonight has provided. The rain outside, the breath completing, the body scans tending to every area, the surface receiving the full weight, the forest air moving through the lungs, all of it producing this, the warmth, the softening, the breath's slower completing rhythm, the shoulders lower than the day required, the belly more fully participating, the jaw softer than the performance was maintaining it, real things, specific, attending to the body, present moment real things that the depleted person's nervous system is producing in honest response to the conditions that tonight has specifically, deliberately provided. You don't have to do anything else. The conditions are right. The body is responding. The restoration is beginning in the specific, honest, session proportional way of a system that has been given what it needs and is using what it has been given. Simply receive it. The forest air, the rain's patient rhythm, the complete exhale signal, the warmth returning to the hands and the feet and the face, all of it the body's own honest work, all of it real, all of it right now, in this body, on this surface, with breath and this rain, genuinely, specifically, proportionally advancing the restoration that the depleted person has been needing for longer than the ordinary rest has been able to reach. The heavy forest rain is still falling through every layer of the living forest and through every layer of tonight. Take a moment now to simply notice where you are, not where you were when the session began, where you are right now in this specific present, attending to the body moment of tonight. The breath slower than when you arrived. You may not need to measure it or count it. Simply sense it, the way the breath is moving now, with more ease, with more completion in the exhale, with the belly participating more fully than it was compared to the breath that arrived with the session's first word. Something has changed. The change is real. The breath is moving differently, the jaw softer. The face that has been releasing the performance, section by section, through the entire evening, softer now than any point since the ordinary day began. The specific, private, nobody is watching quality of the jaw that has been given the rain's non-assessing presence and the evening's accumulated permission. The shoulders lower, the load set down for these hours. The bracing released by the honest degree that the rain and the breath and the body scan's patient attention have together produced. The belly breathing more fully than the ordinary day's managed breath was allowing. The diaphragm descending and ascending through more of its available range. The breath finding the rain's patient rhythm as its own, the hands warm. The specific returning circulation, interior warmth of the hands that have opened and been given permission to rest. All of this is the restoration, not the completion of it. The genuine, honest, attending to the body conversible beginning. The depleted nervous system receiving the accumulated conditions of tonight and responding in its own specific physiological language, with the beginning of the step down that the ordinary rest doesn't fully reach. This is enough, not in the dismissive sense, in the genuine sense. What is here right now in this body, in this specific present moment of tonight, is enough. It is the honest, real, proportional product of every section that has led to this one. The rain and the breath and the body scan and the science of what is happening in the nervous system. All of it producing this, the softer jaw, the lower shoulders, the completing breath, the warm hands. These are not small things for the depleted person. These are the specific, real, physiologically honest signs of the nervous system, stepping down from the sustained stress response by the honest session, appropriate one exhale at a time degree that tonight has produced, not dramatically, genuinely. And from here, from this honest beginning, the deeper rest is available, the sleep that the heavy forest rain has been working toward since the first drop fell through the canopy's leaves and found its way to the forest floor below. The sleep that reaches further than the ordinary rest. The sleep in which the restoration that the depleted person most needs continues, quietly below the awareness, through every remaining hour of the night. It is close. The awareness can sense it at the edges, the thoughts arriving with a little more space between them. The quality of the attention softening from the directed, effortful quality of the waking mind toward the looser, more image-adjacent, more freely drifting quality of the awareness that is approaching the sleep. Let the rain accompany this approach, the heavy, steady, patient forest rain, falling through every layer of the living forest, reaching the ancient floor, present through every remaining hour of the night, accompanying the awareness as it drifts toward the deeper rest. You don't have to do anything else. The conditions are right. The body has responded honestly. The restoration is underway. The rain is here. Simply let the awareness drift into the heavier, deeper, more complete rest that tonight has been building toward. The rest that reaches further. The sleep that the depleted person has been needing, and that tonight, with the heavy forest rain and the completing breath and the tended body and the step-down nervous system is more available than the ordinary evening's ordinary conditions would have provided. The rain is falling, the body is warm and heavy and more released than the ordinary day allows, and the deeper rest is very close. Let it come. The rain is deepening now, not dramatically, in the specific, gradual, within the night's range quality of the rainfall that has found its fullest available pace. Still the same rain, still the same forest, still the same patient, heavy living sound that has been present since the session began. Simply more. A little heavier on the canopy's leaves, a little fuller in the branch drips, a little more complete in the way it reaches the forest floor below. The rainfall at its most sustained, most present, most fully expressed quality of the night. And the shelter is here. This is the thing about the heavy forest rain from the inside being the awareness, the body, the specific warm place where you are right now. The rain deepening outside does not mean anything is required of you. It means the rain is at its most complete, and you are in the most complete available shelter from it. The rain is outside, you are inside, and the inside, the warm, supported, rain-accompanied, slowly restoring quality of where you are right now, is the most genuinely sheltered available place tonight. Let the sound deepen in the awareness, not by listening harder, by allowing the rain to be more fully the primary thing, the sound moving through every available acoustic direction simultaneously from above, where the canopy is receiving the heaviest available rainfall of the night, the million leaves intercepting and redirecting and producing the most complex, most living, most biologically rich version of the rain's sound. From the sides, where the understory drips at its fullest rate, from below, where the forest floor is receiving the most sustained available rainfall, and the petrichor, the specific, ancient, living earth scent of the rain on the forest floor, is at its most concentrated, all of it more present now than at the session's beginning, and the body is more present too, not in the alert, vigilant, direct quality of presence that the ordinary day requires, the specific, warm, settled, weight-given quality of presence that belongs to the body that has been tended to, the face that has been softened, the throat that has been opened, the chest that has widened, the belly that is breathing more fully, the shoulders that are lower, the hands that are warm. This body, your specific, depleted, faithfully functioning, kept going body, is more present to itself right now than it has been at any point in today's ordinary day, not because anything has been achieved, because conditions have been provided, the right acoustic environment, the complete breath, the patient, section by section tending of the body scan, the devoted attention that the depleted person has been giving to everyone else, and tonight has been given to them, and the body has responded in the only way the body knows how to respond to the right conditions, honestly, proportionally, without performance, with the specific physiological, attending to the body real quality of the system that has been given what it needs and is using it. Let the rain accompany the body's deeper settling now, the deepening rain and the deepening rest arriving together, not because one causes the other in some mystical sense, but because they are both present, both real, both doing what they came to do. The rain falling through the living forest, the body settling into the living surface beneath it, both expressing the same quality, the deep, sustained, patient, unhurried expression of the thing that simply continues. The rain continues to fall, the body continues to settle, the restoration continues to advance, quietly, below the awareness, in the specific, one exhale at a time, honest, proportional quality of the genuine physiological shift that tonight has been producing. Let the next exhale be very complete, the longest, most belly-involved, most natural pause-inhabited exhale of the session. Not forced, not performed, simply allowed, given all the room it wants, allowed to travel to its furthest available natural end, the pause at the bottom inhabited for its fullest natural duration. And in that pause, the rain, the heaviest, most present, most fully expressed quality of the heavy forest rain available in the specific, brief, always available stillness at the bottom of the complete exhale. Rest there for just that moment, for the length of the natural pause, which is brief, which is never forced, which is simply the moment that exists when the exhale has genuinely finished and the next inhale has not yet been called for. The rain is in that moment, and so is the most complete available restoration signal that the body has access to in a single breath cycle. Simply rest there, and then let the next inhale arrive, gently, naturally, without effort. When the body is genuinely ready, the rain is deepening, the rest is deepening, and both will continue deepening through every remaining hour of tonight. Let the awareness open to the full sound of the rain now, all of it simultaneously. Not one layer at a time, the canopy, and then the branches, and then the forest floor. All of it together, the way the rain actually sounds from inside the forest at this depth of the night. The specific, layered, never exactly the same, always within the same living range quality of the full forest rain at its most complete available expression. The canopy above, the heaviest available sound of the rain, the million leaves of the old forest canopy receiving the fullest available rainfall of the night and producing the most complex, most biologically varied, most acoustically rich version of the rain's primary layer, the specific, continuous, overlapping, never quite the same quality of the sound that a million individual leaves produce when each one is intercepting the rain according to its own specific shape and angle and saturation. No two leaves responding exactly the same way. No two moments of the canopy's rain sound exactly the same as the moment before, and yet, always within the same range, always the same living, sustained, heavy, patient quality. The variations always organic, the overall sound always the heavy forest rain, never anything else. The branches beneath the canopy, the accumulated water finding its way along every branch surface, following the slope, gathering at the lowest available point, reaching the branch tip and releasing as the drip, lower in frequency than the canopy's continuous interception, more individual, more spaced, the specific, occasional, lower register quality of the branch, drip arriving in the awareness between the canopy's continuous sound as the punctuation in the rain's living rhythm. The forest floor, the deepest available layer of the rain's sound, the most absorbed, most earth-received, most organically mediated of all the layers, the rain that has travelled through every layer above it, arriving at the ancient, biologically rich, centuries accumulated surface of the forest floor, and being received, not deflected, not reflected, received, drawn downward into the living soil, into the fungal mycelium, into the root systems of the old trees. The forest floor receiving the rain the way the depleted person is receiving tonight, completely, without resistance, into the living system that knows exactly what to do with what it receives, all three layers simultaneously. The canopy's continuous complex sound from above, the branches lower, spaced, individual drip from the middle distance, the forest floors absorbed, earth received, most grounded layer from below. Together they produce the whole, the specific, layered living, never exactly repeating, always within the same range quality of the heavy forest rain at its most complete available expression. Not a recording of rain. The rain, the sound that the living forest makes from the rainfall. The rain translated by a million living things into the most biologically complex, most acoustically rich, most genuinely alive version of itself. Be inside this sound right now, not listening to it from outside, inside it, the way you are inside a space rather than observing a space. The rain not at the periphery of the awareness, but surrounding the awareness from every direction. The awareness at the center of the rain's full living sound. This is what the forest provides, the specific, total, every direction simultaneously quality of the acoustic surround that only the living forest in the heavy rain produces. The body at the center of it, the awareness inside it, the breath moving with it, and something worth noticing. The thinking mind is quieter than at the session's beginning, not silent, quieter. The thoughts that have been arriving through the session, arriving now with a little more space between them, a little less urgency, a little less of the specific must be addressed. Next, one already forming quality of the thought stream in the ordinary day's ordinary evening. The rain is in the space between the thoughts now, not replacing the thoughts. Filling the space the thoughts leave when they depart. The heavy forest rain present in the gaps, in the pauses, in the natural stillness that exists between one thought and the next, when the next thought is not hurrying to arrive. If a thought comes, and thoughts will come, because minds do this, and it is not a problem when they do, simply offer it to the rain. Watch it become a drop. Watch it find its way gently downward, carried by the rain, absorbed into the living forest floor below. There is nothing the thought needs from you right now. There is not a single thought that needs to come with you to sleep tonight. Each one can be breathed out. Each one can be given to the rain. And in the space after each departure, the full sound of the heavy forest rain, all three layers, simultaneously. Present, the canopy's living complexity above, the branches' patient drip from the middle, the forest floor's deep absorption below, all of it surrounding the awareness, all of it steady, all of it here. Simply rest inside it. The body is doing something right now that it has not been able to do through most of the ordinary days of the keeping going. It is genuinely resting, not performing the resting, not lying down while the stress system maintains its quiet hum, not present in the body while the mind continues its processing and the jaw holds its expression and the shoulders maintain their readiness. Genuinely resting, the jaw softer than the performance required it to be. The breath more complete than the sustained demand was allowing. The belly participating more fully than the constraint managed breath of the ordinary depleted day was permitting. The shoulders lower than the load has allowed them to be. This is not the ordinary lying down. The ordinary lying down of the ordinary depleted evening tends to be a horizontal version of the same sustained stress response. The body horizontal, but the system still running. The eyes closed, but the processing continuing. The intention to rest present, but the conditions for the genuine rest insufficient. Tonight the conditions are different. The heavy forest rain producing the ancient signal. The complete breath producing its own physiological signal. The body scan having attended to every area. The warmth returning to the hands and the feet. The awareness more fully here, less divided between the present moment and the monitoring of the environment for the next demand. The whole system receiving a different message tonight and responding with a genuine rest. Let this be felt right now. not analysed, felt. The specific, warm, settled, weight given, breath completing, rain accompanied quality of the body in the genuine rest. Not the concept of resting, the actual present moment, attending to the body reality of the body that is genuinely, for perhaps the first time today, genuinely at rest. The face private, the jaw soft, the eyes resting behind their lids without monitoring anything, the throat open, unguarded, not producing anything for anyone, the chest wider, the breath arriving more fully, the heart inside it acknowledged, held, offered the rain's patient cleansing, the belly breathing, rising and falling with the complete breath cycle, the diaphragm moving through its full range, the held breath of the depleted person finally, breath by breath, releasing, the shoulders lower, the load set down, the bracing released by the honest degree that tonight has produced, the arms heavy, the hands open and warm, nothing to fix or hold or manage, the lower body settled, the hips received by the surface, the legs melted into the support that has been here the whole time, the feet warm, all of it together, the whole body, this specific, depleted, faithfully functioning, kept going body, in the genuine rest. And the rain falling through all of it, the heavy forest rain, steady and present and patient, accompanying every aspect of the genuine rest with its ancient signal. The night is here, the shelter is here, the demand is genuinely for these hours over. The keeping going can stop, it has stopped, the body has stopped it, not through the decision to stop, through the response to the conditions that make the stopping available. The right acoustic environment, the complete breath, the devoted attention, the permission offered and received to set the load down. This is the restoration, not the dramatic, single session, everything resolved quality of the restoration that the tired mind sometimes hopes for, the specific, honest, session proportional. This is what tonight genuinely provides, quality of the restoration that is real. The cortisol a little lower than when the session began, the breath a little more complete, the stress system a step further from the sustained activation and a step closer to the genuine rest. These are not small things for the depleted person, for the person who has been running the sustained stress response through every ordinary day for long enough that the stepping down has felt unavailable. These honest, proportional, attending to the body real shifts are the beginning of the deeper restoration, the beginning that tonight has built. And from this beginning, from this warm, settled, rain-accompanied, breath-completing, whole-body genuine rest, the sleep will come, the deep sleep, the specific delta wave, most restorative available sleep stage that the stepping down nervous system approaches most readily when the conditions have been right. The conditions are right. Let the sleep approach, not by reaching for it, by continuing to do exactly what you have been doing. Breathing with the rain resting in the surface of support, allowing the awareness to settle without directing it anywhere in particular. The sleep knows the way, the body knows the way, and the heavy forest rain will be here through every remaining hour, accompanying the approach, accompanying the crossing, accompanying every sleep cycle of the night with its steady, heavy, living sound. Simply rest in the genuine rest that the depleted person has been needing, and that tonight has specifically, deliberately provided. There is nothing more to do tonight. This is worth saying simply and clearly for the depleted person especially, the person who has been doing, managing, producing, achieving, maintaining through every available hour of every ordinary day. The person for whom the absence of a task can feel, at first, like something has been forgotten. Nothing has been forgotten. Everything that needed to happen tonight has happened. The body has been settled. Each area has been tended to. The breath has been found and completed. The rain has been received. The conditions have been made right. The stress system has stepped down by the honest, proportional, session-appropriate degree that the accumulated evening has produced. The doing is done. What remains is the receiving. And receiving, genuine receiving, the specific, open-palmed, nothing required, simply present quality of receiving is something the depleted person rarely gets to practice. The depleted person is usually on the giving end, the offering end, the doing end. Receiving tends to feel either unavailable or vaguely uncomfortable. The specific, slightly unfamiliar quality of the person who is accustomed to being the one who provides and who finds themselves tonight in the unusual position of being provided for. The rain is providing, the surface is providing, the breath is providing. Session has been providing. From the first word to this one, everything offered with a specific, devoted, you are the one being tended to quality of a session that was built for the depleted person, and that has been doing its work section by section through the entire evening. Simply receive it, not by doing anything, by stopping the doing, by allowing the awareness to be in the rain sound and the body's warmth and the breath's completing rhythm without the specific forward directed. What comes next quality of the awareness that has been directed toward the next thing, for as long as the keeping going has been the primary mode. There is no next thing tonight. There is only this, the heavy forest rain, the warm, settled body, the breath completing, the rain accompanying each exhale as it departs, the natural pause at the bottom inhabited for its moment, the next inhale arriving when the body is genuinely ready, and the awareness, your awareness simply here, not monitoring anything, not preparing for anything, not managing anything, simply present in this body, in this dark, with this rain. If the mind offers a thought, and it may, because this is what minds do, simply breathe it out into a drop of rain. Watch it find its way gently down through the forest, down the leaves, down the branches, down to the ancient earth below. There is nothing the thought needs from you right now. It can be given to the rain. The rain can have it, and when the thought has gone, the rain is still here, always still here, steady and heavy and patient, filling the acoustic space that the thought has left, accompanying the awareness back to the simple, available, always present quality of this moment, this breath, this body, this rain. The approaching sleep is not something to reach for. It is not an achievement to pursue or a state to correctly perform the approach to. It is simply what arrives, gently, naturally, without announcement. When the conditions are right, and the doing has stopped, and the awareness has been given the permission and the space to simply be. The conditions are right, the doing has stopped, the permission has been given. So let the awareness drift now, without direction, without destination, into the loosening, softening, less linear quality of the awareness that is approaching the sleep, the thoughts becoming images, the images becoming less anchored to the ordinary day's content, the awareness becoming the rain sound more than it is anything else, the heavy forest rain surrounding everything. Above, the canopy receiving the heaviest rainfall of the night. In the middle distance, the branches dripping their patient, lower frequency contribution. Below, the forest floor absorbing everything into its ancient, living depths, all of it steady, all of it here, all of it present through every remaining hour. And the depleted person, the worn through, kept going, faithfully functioning person who arrived here tonight carrying more than the ordinary rest was reaching, resting in it, receiving it, allowing the heavy forest rain to do what the heavy forest rain has always done for the human nervous system, that has always known this sound as the signal of the safe night, the signal that the keeping going is over, that the restoration can begin, that the sleep can come. It is coming, very gently, very naturally, the way the rain comes, without announcement, without effort, simply arriving, and then being present, and then being the primary thing. The sleep is the primary thing now, and the rain will be here when it arrives, and through every hour after. The rain and the rest are the same quality now, both steady, both sustained, both doing what they came to do, without requiring anything from you in return. The rain falling through the living forest, heavy and patient, and present through every layer of the forest's architecture. The canopy still receiving it, the branches still dripping, the forest floor still absorbing, all of it continuing, as it has been continuing since the session began, without effort, without interruption, without needing your attention to keep going. And the rest, your rest, has the same quality now, steady, sustained, no longer something being worked toward or achieved or performed correctly, simply happening, the way the breath happens, the way the complete exhale departs, and the natural pause inhabits itself, and the next inhale arrives, without direction, without management, without the specific forward-directed effort that the ordinary day's ordinary doing requires. This is the deep rest, not dramatic, not the sudden drop into unconsciousness that the word sleep sometimes implies. The specific, gradual, gentle, this is already happening quality of the deep rest that has been building through every section of tonight. Each breath contributing, each complete exhale contributing, each moment of the body being tended to contributing, each drop of the heavy forest rain contributing, all of it accumulated into this. The quality of where you are right now. Let the awareness rest in this quality for a moment, not to analyze it or confirm it or ensure it is deep enough or complete enough, simply to inhabit it, the warm, settled, breath-completing, rain-accompanied quality of the depleted person who has been given the right conditions and has been responding to those conditions honestly, gradually, proportionally, through the entire evening. Notice the warmth, the specific interior, spreading quality of the warmth that has been building as the stress system has stepped down, not the warmth of the external environment, the warmth the body produces when the circulation has been given more room to return to the places it was being slightly kept from. The hands warm, the face warm, the feet warm, the specific, spreading, interior quality of the warmth that is the body's own honest expression of the restoration advancing. Notice the weight, the specific, heavy, nothing being held quality of the body that has genuinely given its weight to the surface beneath it, not the weight of burden, the weight of the body that is no longer carrying anything it doesn't need to carry right now. The legs heavy, the arms heavy, the head heavy in the pillows receiving, and notice the rain, still here, still heavy, still patient, still falling through every layer of the living forest with the same, unhurried, going to continue quality it has maintained since the first drop fell through the canopy's leaves, the rain and the rest together, both steady, both sustained, both simply present, not requiring performance, not assessing quality, not demanding anything from the depleted person who has arrived here tonight carrying more than the ordinary rest has been reaching. You are being carried now by the surface beneath, by the rain's ancient signal, by the breath's completing rhythm, by the warmth returning through the body, by the accumulated session-long one exhale at a time work of the conditions tonight has provided. Simply allow the carrying. This is perhaps the most specific thing the depleted person needs, and the most specifically unfamiliar. The depleted person carries. The depleted person provides the carrying for others. The depleted person is often the surface that other people rest against. Tonight you are being carried by the rain, by the rest, by the specific, warm, patient, session-long conditions that have been doing their work through every section of tonight. Simply allow it, not by doing anything, by stopping the last remaining doing, the monitoring, the assessing, the quiet checking that the rest is happening correctly or deeply enough or in the right way. It is happening. The warmth in the hands confirms it. The weight in the body confirms it. The completing breath confirms it. The rain, steady and heavy and present, confirms it in the most ancient available language. The rest is real. The rain is here, and the carrying is already happening, has been happening since the first breath of tonight, since the first drop of the heavy forest rain arrived in the awareness, and something in the nervous system began very gradually and very honestly to believe that tonight is different. It is different, and this is what different feels like. Warm, heavy, breathing, rain accompanied. Simply here, take a gentle moment to notice where you are now compared to where you were, not to measure the progress or confirm the restoration at a specific level, simply to notice the honest difference between the body and the breath and the awareness that arrived at the beginning of tonight, and the body and the breath and the awareness that are here right now, the breath. When the session began, the breath had the quality of the ordinary depleted evening's breath, shorter than it needed to be, stopping before it was ready to stop, the belly not fully participating, the pause at the bottom of the exhale not available. The next inhale, arriving before the previous exhale, had genuinely completed. The breath right now is different, the exhale more complete, the belly softer with each departure, the natural pause at the bottom inhabited, not forced, not extended, simply present in the way it becomes present when the breath has been given the rain's patient rhythm and the body's full weight in the surface and the evening's accumulated permission to complete. This difference is real, not imagined, not performed. The specific, attending to the breath, present moment reality of a breath that is moving differently than the breath that arrived tonight. The jaw that arrived with the quiet, below the awareness, day accumulated quality of the jaw that has been maintaining the composed expression through every interaction of the ordinary depleted day. The jaw right now is softer, not completely soft, honestly softer, by the specific, real, session-appropriate degree that the rain and the breath and the body scan's patient attention have together produced. The managed expression released by the honest degree that the permission and the rain's non-assessing presence have made available. The shoulders, lower than the session began, the specific, day-accumulated, load-carrying elevation released by the honest, proportional 1 exhale's worth degree that the accumulated evening has produced. The hands, warmer than the session began, open on the surface, the returning circulation expressing itself as the specific, interior, spreading quality of warmth in the hands that have been given permission to stop holding. The awareness, less divided than the session began, less occupied by the monitoring function. The thoughts arriving with more space between them. The rain more present in the awareness than the thoughts. The sound of the heavy forest rain the primary available acoustic reality, rather than the background behind the thought stream's foreground. All of these differences are real, every one of them the specific, honest, attending to the body, present moment product of the conditions tonight as provided, not claimed, verifiable, the breath slower and more complete, the jaw softer, the shoulders lower, the hands warmer, the awareness quieter and more present. This is what the heavy forest rain has contributed, alongside the breath, alongside the body scan's devoted attention, alongside the surface's receiving of the body's full weight, alongside the permission that has been offered and received through every section of the evening. All of it producing this, the honest, real, proportional, beginning of the restoration quality of where the depleted person is right now, which is further from the ordinary evening's ordinary conditions than the ordinary rest alone would have brought them. And the sleep that comes from this place is different from the sleep that comes from the ordinary place. Not dramatically different in a single session, genuinely different. The sleep that begins from a stepped down nervous system, from a more complete breath, from a more fully received body. That sleep has more room for the deep stages, more room for the restoration that the depleted person most needs, and that the ordinary evening's ordinary conditions have been limiting. The sleep is close, the awareness can sense it, the thoughts looser, the images beginning to form in the space where directed thoughts used to be, the quality of the attention softening from the waking mind's clarity toward the gentler, more drifting, less anchored quality of the awareness that is approaching the threshold. The heavy forest rain will be here at the threshold, and through it, and through every sleep cycle of every remaining hour of tonight. Simply notice where you are right now, honestly, warmly, without assessment, further along than when you arrived, closer to the rest that reaches further, and the rain still falling. Let the awareness settle now into the full landscape of the rest, not one area, not one quality, the whole of it, the whole warm, settled, breath-completing, rain-accompanied landscape of where you are right now. The heavy forest, rain above and around, all three layers of its sound present simultaneously. The canopy's continuous, complex, living interception from above. The branches lower, patient drip from the middle. The forest floor's deep, absorbed, ancient earth-receiving quality from below. All of it surrounding the awareness. All of it the same, steady, heavy, living rain that has been falling since the session began. The body below. Every area that has been tended to tonight, resting in its most released available state. The face private and soft, the throat open, the chest wider with each breath, the heart inside it acknowledged and held, the belly breathing fully, the shoulders lower than the day allowed, the arms heavy, the hands open and warm, the lower body settled into the surfaces receiving, the whole body in the rain's whole sound, simply inhabiting this, not achieving it or maintaining it or performing it correctly, simply here, the way the forest floor is simply here, receiving what falls, absorbing what arrives, doing its ancient work without effort or self-consciousness. The breath is very slow now, moving at the pace the body has found, not the pace that was directed or counted or achieved through technique, but the pace that emerged when the breath was given the rain's rhythm, and the body's settled weight, and the evening's accumulated permission. This pace is the body's own. It belongs to this specific nervous system, in this specific moment of this specific night. It is slow, and in its slowness it is doing something. Each complete exhale sending its quiet signal. The body is not bracing right now. Each natural pause at the bottom inhabited for its moment. The body is at rest right now. Each gentle inhale arriving when the body is genuinely ready. The breath is completing its full cycle right now. All of this, very quietly, very honestly, advancing the restoration. And the thoughts, if there are any remaining, are very loose now. The quality of the thought that arises near the sleep is different from the quality of the thought that arises in the ordinary evening's processing. It is less directed, less sequential, more image adjacent, more willing to arrive without completing, to present itself and then drift away without needing to be resolved. These are the thoughts of the approaching sleep. Let them be what they are. If a thought arrives with more urgency, if something from the day insists on a moment of attention, breathe it out, give it to the rain. Watch it become a drop, watch it find its way down through the forest, through the layers, into the ancient receiving earth below. The rain has all night for the thoughts. Every one of them can be given to the rain, and the rain receiving them will do what the rain always does. Carry them gently downward into the living earth where they can be received and renewed and returned eventually in a different form. For now they are simply the rains, not yours to manage or resolve or carry into the sleep. The heavy forest rain is the primary thing now, in every direction of the available acoustic space, in every layer of the forest's living architecture, in the awareness that is resting against the sound, the way the body is resting against the surface completely, without effort, because the sound is simply here, and the resting against it is the most natural available response. This is the landscape of the deep rest, warm, heavy, breathing, rain accompanied, thought loose, quiet in the specific, not absence of all sound, quality of quiet that is the heavy forest rain at its steadiest. Not silence, but the presence of the one sound that the nervous system has always received as the silence beneath the noise. The rain beneath everything, the rest beneath the rain, and the depleted person beneath the rest. Warm, specific, real, and being carried through the night by the most ancient available combination of sound and shelter and the completing breath. Simply rest in this landscape. It is here, it is real, and it will continue being here through every remaining hour of the night. The mind may have one more thing to say. This is very ordinary, very human. The mind that has been monitoring and assessing and checking throughout the session. The specific, intelligent, this needs to be real quality of the mind that does not accept experiences simply because they have been described may arrive at this point in the evening with one final question. Is this working? It is a fair question, an honest question, the question of depleted person who has tried many things and found many things insufficient, and who has learned through the experience of the insufficient to check before fully trusting. Here is the honest answer. Look at the breath. Is it slower and more complete than when the session began? If the breath is attending to itself honestly, not performing the correct quality of breath, but simply noticing the breath as it is actually moving, the answer is yes. The breath is slower, the exhale more complete, the belly more involved, the pause at the bottom more present. That change is real. Look at the jaw. Is it softer than the session began? Not completely soft, honestly softer, by the small, real, attending to the jaw degree that the evening has produced. That softening is real. Look at the hands. Are they warmer and more open than the session began? The interior warmth of the returning circulation. The spreading quality that is not external heat, but the body's own circulation returning to the places the stress response was keeping it from. That warmth is real. These are not performances. These are the specific, attending to the body present moment, honest differences between the state that arrived at the beginning of tonight and the state that is here right now. Each one verifiable, each one real. The session is working, not at the level of the complete, everything resolved, single night restoration that the depleted person sometimes hopes for, and that would be dishonest to promise. At the level of the honest, proportional, these conditions have produced these specific changes degree that heavy forest rain and the complete breath and the body scans, devoted attention and the step-down nervous system have together genuinely produced. This is enough, not as a consolation, as the genuine honest. This is what tonight provides enough. The breath is more complete, the jaw is softer, the hands are warmer. The nervous system has stepped down from the sustained stress response by a real and specific degree. The sleep that follows these conditions is more deeply restorative than the sleep that would have followed the ordinary evening's ordinary conditions. That is real. That is tonight's honest gift to the depleted person. So the mind can rest now, not because it has been suppressed or dismissed, because it has asked the question it needed to ask and received the honest answer it deserved. The monitoring has been completed. The assessment has been made. The result is confirmed. The session is working. The mind can step back into the rain sound, the heavy, steady, patient living sound that has been here through the entire evening, and that will be here through every remaining hour, and simply rest there, not monitoring anymore, not assessing, not checking, simply in the rain, the way the forest is simply in the rain, without effort, without self-consciousness, without the specific forward-directed quality of the awareness that has something to achieve. Simply here, the heavy forest rain falling through the living forest, above and around, the body warm and settled and more fully resting than at any point in the ordinary day. The breath completing, the jaw soft, the hands warm, the awareness quiet and present and drifting gently toward the sleep that all of tonight has been building toward. The mind has done its work. The rain will do the rest. There is something worth saying out loud now, something the depleted person rarely hears named, partly because the people around the depleted person don't always see it, and partly because the depleted person has gotten so used to carrying it that they have stopped naming it themselves. What you have been doing has been costing you something, not in the dramatic, public, anyone could see it way of the visible crisis, in the quieter way, the way that happens underneath the appearance of the person who is fine. The specific, accumulated, day after day, cost of being the one who keeps going when stopping would have been the kind of thing. The cost is real. It lives in the body, in the jaw that has been holding the composed expression, in the shoulders that have been carrying the load, in the breath that has been a little too short for a little too long, in the chest that has been held a little too tight around, the heart that has been managing a little too much. It lives in the specific exhaustion that you arrived here with tonight, the exhaustion that has stopped responding to the ordinary rest, the way exhaustion is supposed to respond to rest, the exhaustion that has been there in the mornings, still there after the weekends, still there underneath everything you have been doing to address it. This is not a flaw. This is the honest physiological cost of what you have been doing. And tonight, for these hours, the cost is being acknowledged. Not by anyone else, by you, by the specific, devoted, caring attention you have been bringing to your own body through every section of tonight, by the permission you have been receiving and accepting through every complete exhale. by the rain that has been falling specifically for the depleted person, and that has been received by your specific depleted nervous system as the ancient signal that it has been needing. The acknowledgement is the beginning of something, not the resolution, the beginning. The depleted person who has been carrying without acknowledgement cannot be restored without acknowledgement first. The ordinary rest does not include the acknowledgement. The ordinary rest assumes the body simply needs sleep and provides it. For the depleted person, for the person whose exhaustion has been specifically about being unwitnessed in the carrying, the ordinary rest is insufficient because it does not address the unwitnessed part. Tonight is different. Tonight the carrying is being witnessed by the rain, by the session, by the part of you that has been quietly aware of the cost and has not had a place to bring that awareness until tonight. The cost is real. The carrying has been real. What you have been doing, quietly, faithfully, without the recognition the doing has deserved, has been more than ordinary functioning. It has been the specific, sustained, costs something real work of the person who keeps going when the stopping would have been the wiser choice. Take a breath now, a slow one. Let the chest rise gently as you breathe in, and with the exhale, long, complete, rain accompanied, let yourself feel, for just this breath, the truth of what you have been carrying, not to dwell in it, not to make it heavier than it needs to be, simply to acknowledge it, the way the rain acknowledges the leaf, by arriving, by being received, by passing through, the acknowledgement moving through the awareness, the way the rain moves through the forest, not staying, not insisting, simply passing through and leaving the awareness more at peace than it was before. The cost has been real. The rain knows this. The session knows this. And tonight, the part of you that has been carrying the cost without acknowledgement is being given the acknowledgement that it has needed. This is not small for the depleted person. This acknowledgement is one of the most genuinely restorative things available, more than the ordinary advice to rest more, or reduce stress, or take better care. The specific, raw, witnessing acknowledgement of what the carrying has actually cost. That acknowledgement reaches places that the practical advice cannot reach. It reaches the part of you that has been waiting to be seen. That part is being seen now, by the rain, by the night, by the session that has been built specifically for the person who arrived here tonight, carrying more than the ordinary rest has been able to address. Let yourself receive that, not as a performance of receiving, as the simple, honest, this is being given to me and I am allowing it in quality of receiving that the depleted person has been so practiced at offering to others and so unpracticed at receiving themselves. Tonight you are on the receiving end of the acknowledgement, of the witnessing, of the rain, of the rest, of all the patient, devoted, one section at a time work that this evening has done in your specific body on your specific behalf. For the specific exhaustion that you arrived here with tonight, this is for you, all of it, and the cost that you have been carrying. For however long you have been carrying it is being seen. That seeing matters. It is the beginning of the deeper restoration, and the rain, the heavy, patient, ancient forest rain, is here through every breath of it. Something becomes available when the keeping going stops. Not all at once, not dramatically, the specific, gentle, gradual return of qualities that have been quietly absent during the long duration of the sustained carrying, qualities that the depleted person may have stopped expecting because they have been gone for long enough to have begun feeling permanently unavailable. Tonight, for these hours, they are returning, Notice the quality of the awareness right now. It is less divided than it has been through the ordinary days. Less occupied with the monitoring of what comes next. Less consumed by the specific, fractional, always something to add to quality of the awareness that the sustained carrying requires. There is more of you here, more of the awareness that is simply present in this moment, in this body, in this rain, than has been here through most of the ordinary day. This is one of the things that returns. Presence, not the performance of being present, the actual quality of being more fully here than divided across the many things the keeping going requires attention toward. The awareness rests in itself rather than in its monitoring function, and that resting produces something the depleted person has not had access to in some time. The simple quality of being, not the directed quality of doing, even doing carefully, even doing well, even doing with the specific competence that the depleted person has been doing with through every ordinary day. Simply being, the quality of awareness that exists when nothing is being asked of it and nothing is being maintained against the next thing. This quality is here right now. Notice how it feels, not how you think it feels, how it actually feels, the specific here, without effort quality of the awareness that is not directed forward, not assessing, not preparing, simply present in the body that is warm and settled, with the breath that is completing, with the rain that is steady through every direction of the available acoustic space. This is what has been missing, not just the rest. This, the quality of being more fully available to the present moment than divided into fragments of preparation and management, and the specific exhausting attention to all the things the keeping going requires attention toward. This quality is real. It is not unique to tonight. It is your specific quality of awareness when the demand has paused, when the conditions are right, and the carrying has been set down, and the awareness has been allowed to rest in itself rather than in its directed function. This is who you are when the keeping going stops. Notice the quality of the breath now, not the slower rhythm, though that is real too. The specific, organic, not managed quality of the breath that arrives when the breath is no longer being controlled against the demand of the next moment. The breath that finds its own pace, because nothing is asking it to find a different one. This is your specific natural breath, not the controlled, performance-appropriate breath that the ordinary day has been requiring. The breath your body produces when it is simply allowed to breathe. This breath is here, right now. Notice the body, not just the warmth and the weight, though those are real and present. The specific this, what the body feels like when it is not bracing quality of the body that has stepped down from the sustained readiness. The body underneath the readiness. The body that has been there the entire time beneath the bracing, waiting for the bracing to release enough that its presence could be felt. It is being felt now. Warm, heavy, breathing, held by the surface beneath, accompanied by the rain above, and present. This is also one of the things that returns. The body as something other than the vehicle for the doing. The body as something to be in rather than something to operate. The body as the specific, warm, alive, here quality of the home you live in, which has been there the entire time, which has been carrying you faithfully, and which tonight is being noticed as itself rather than as the means to the next task. The body, the breath, the presence, all of these things returning gently in the warm dark, while the heavy forest rain continues its patient falling. These are not extraordinary qualities. They are the ordinary qualities of the human awareness. When the keeping going stops, they feel extraordinary tonight only because they have been so long absent, because the sustained carrying has displaced them so completely that their return feels like the arrival of something new. They are not new, they have always been here, underneath, beneath the carrying, beneath the doing, beneath the specific, exhausting, faithful work of the person who has been managing everything. Tonight they are simply more available, because the conditions have made them available, because the rain has been falling, because the breath has been completing, because the body has been tended to, because the keeping going has stopped for these hours. They will be here through the sleep, the presence, the natural breath, the body as the home it has always been. All of these continuing through every remaining hour of tonight, doing their own quiet, restoring work in the specific, gentle, one breath at a time way that the sustained restoration occurs. Tomorrow you will go back to the carrying. But tomorrow's carrying begins from a different place than today's carrying began. It begins from a body that has been more fully restored, from a breath that has been more completely allowed, from a presence that has been more genuinely returned to itself. That difference matters. That difference is real, and that difference is what tonight has been building. The rain is still falling, and so is the deepening rest. I want to say something directly now. To the specific person who arrived here tonight, carrying what you have been carrying. You have been doing something extraordinary. I know that word can sound large. I know that for the depleted person, the person who has been quietly functioning, quietly managing, quietly keeping going, the word extraordinary may feel like it doesn't quite fit, may feel like it belongs to other people, the people who do the visible, recognized, publicly extraordinary things. I am using the word carefully. What you have been doing is extraordinary in a different way than the visible, recognized kind. It is extraordinary in the quieter way, the way that doesn't get named, the way that happens underneath the surface of the appearance of the ordinarily functioning person you have been keeping going. When stopping would have been the wiser choice, when resting would have been the kinder thing to do, when the body was asking for more than the ordinary rest could provide, and the keeping going was what the situation required of you anyway. You did the keeping going, faithfully, without making it visible, without asking the people around you to carry it with you, without the recognition that the keeping going has deserved. That is extraordinary, not in the dramatic way, in the specific, devoted, day after day way that is harder to see and harder to name and harder to honor than the dramatic kind, the kind of extraordinary that gets done by people who don't think of themselves as doing anything extraordinary because they have been doing it for so long that it has become simply the way they live. I see it. The session sees it. The rain sees it. The part of you that has been doing the carrying sees it, even if no one else has been able to name what it has cost. And tonight, that part of you is being honored, not with words alone. Words are part of it, but also with the rain, with the body scan's devoted attention to every area, with the breath that has been allowed to complete, with the surface that has been receiving the body's full weight, with the warmth that has been returning to the hands and the feet and the face. All of these are forms of honoring. The depleted person rarely receives honoring, receives instructions, receives advice, receives the well-meaning but often inadequate suggestions about better self-care or stress management or boundaries. But honoring the specific, devoted, you have been doing something real quality of being acknowledged for the actual cost of the actual carrying. Tonight you are receiving it. Let yourself, not by performing the receiving, by simply allowing it to land, by letting the acknowledgement reach the part of you that has been waiting for it, without quite knowing what it was waiting for. That part is receiving it now. Maybe quietly, maybe in a specific, hard-to-name way that the body recognizes the rare experience of being seen accurately. Something is softer in you than it was at the beginning of tonight. Not just because the rain has been falling, but because the specific witnessing quality of the session has been reaching the unwitnessed part of you. That part of you matters. What you have been carrying matters. The cost of the carrying matters. And the body, your specific, depleted, faithful, kept-going body, deserves the rest it is receiving tonight. You have earned this. Not in the sense that rest needs to be earned. Rest is not a reward, it is a need, but in the sense that the specific, devoted, this is for you quality of tonight's session is appropriate for the specific, devoted. This is what you have been doing quality of what you have been carrying through the ordinary days. The session was made for you. The rain was chosen for you. Heavy, patient, substantial. The specific quality of rain that the genuinely depleted person needs. Not the gentle drizzle that suggests the gentle release. The heavy sustained rainfall that meets the depth of what has been carried with the depth of is available to receive it. Heavy rain for the deeply depleted. That is the whole of the title and the whole of the offering. The recognition that what you have been carrying is significant. The recognition that the response needs to match the depth. The response is here. Heavy, steady, patient, substantial, reaching where the ordinary rest doesn't reach. For you specifically, the person who has been doing the extraordinary, unrecognized daily work of the keeping going. Tonight you are receiving what you have been giving to everyone else. Witnessing, devoted attention, the specific caring presence that says, I see what you have been doing. I know what it has cost. You can rest now. The rain is delivering this. Through every drop, through every layer of the living forest, through every breath of the deepening rest. You can rest now. You have done enough today. You have done enough for a long time. And tonight you can simply receive what is being offered without earning it any further, without performing the receiving correctly, without doing anything other than allowing the rain and the rest and the witnessing to do what they have come to do. Rest now. You are seen, you are honored, and the heavy forest rain is here for the specific, depleted, faithful, extraordinary person who has been doing what you have been doing. For you, specifically, tonight, the sleep is very close now. You may already sense it, the quality of the awareness that is no longer fully in the waking state. The thoughts that arrive with more space between them. The images that have begun to form in the spaces where the directed thoughts used to be. The specific, gentle, drifting quality of the awareness that is approaching the threshold. Let it approach. You don't need to reach for it. You don't need to perform the correct quality of crossing or ensure that the sleep arrives at the right moment in the right way. The sleep knows the way. It has been finding the way every night of your life. Tonight, it is simply finding the way from a more rested, more deeply prepared place than the ordinary evening's ordinary conditions provide. The heavy forest rain is here through the crossing. It will not stop when the sleep arrives. The rain that has been falling through every section of tonight will continue falling through the threshold of the sleep, through the first sleep cycle, through every cycle of the night. The same heavy, steady, patient, living sound that has been accompanying every breath of the evening will accompany every breath of the sleep. The body is ready, warm, heavy, breathing, released, tended to. The specific fully prepared quality of the body that has been receiving the rain and the breath and the body scans devoted attention through the entire evening. The nervous system stepped down. The stress response paused. The conditions for the deeper sleep more available than they have been at any point in the ordinary day. The depleted person is being delivered gently into the sleep that the depleted person most specifically needs, the deep sleep, not just the ordinary sleep that the ordinary tiredness responds to, the deeper, slower, more genuinely restorative sleep that the depletion specifically requires, the sleep in which the most significant available restoration occurs, the sleep that the heavy forest rain has been working toward since the first drop fell through the canopy's leaves. That sleep is here, or very close, arriving, not announced, the way the rain arrives, without ceremony, simply present. So I want to say good night to you now, not the ordinary good night, the specific, devoted. This is for the person who arrived tonight, carrying what you have been carrying. Good night. Good night to the body that has been faithful through every ordinary day of the keeping going, to the jaw that has been holding the composed expression, to the shoulders that have been carrying the load, to the breath that has been a little too short for a little too long, to the heart that has been managing what hearts are not designed to manage indefinitely. All of you can rest now. Good night to the part of you that has been doing the witnessed and the unwitnessed work of the depleted person's days, the functioning that has been visible, the carrying that has been invisible, the maintaining that has been required of you, when stopping would have been the kinder choice. That work is done for tonight. Good night to the part of you that has been waiting to be seen. That part has been seen tonight. By the rain, by the session, by the specific, devoted attention that has been given to your specific exhaustion through every section of the evening. That part of you is held now. Good night to the awareness that has been divided across all the things the keeping going requires attention toward. The awareness can rest, the thoughts can drift, the mind can release the directed quality it has been maintaining and simply be in the rain, which will be here through every remaining hour, regardless of where the awareness goes or how deeply it sleeps. The rain holds the room, the body holds the rain, the sleep holds everything, and the depleted person, the specific, faithful, kept going, deserving of this person who you are, is delivered into the sleep that this evening has been preparing. Let yourself go now, not by trying to sleep. That effort would be the last remaining thing to release. Simply by allowing the awareness to drift wherever it drifts, by letting the breath continue its slower, completing rhythm without managing it, by staying in the rain's sound when the awareness offers itself anywhere else, which is the simplest available instruction for the crossing into the sleep. When the awareness drifts somewhere, return it gently to the rain, not with effort, with the ease of the leaf returning to stillness when the wind has passed. The rain is here. The rain will always be here. Returning to the rain is the simplest possible thing, and eventually the returning will not be needed because the sleep will have arrived and the awareness will be in the sleep, and the rain will continue accompanying the sleep without the awareness needing to track it consciously. That is happening now. The crossing, not a moment of crossing. The gentle, gradual you may not notice when it happens crossing of the awareness from the deepening rest into the genuine sleep. The rain is in both. The body is held in both. The depleted person is restored in both. Gradually, honestly, in the specific, one cycle at a time way of the genuine restoration that the deeper sleep makes available. May the night be deeply restful for you. May the morning find you more restored than the ordinary morning has been finding you for a long time. And until then, the rain will be here through every remaining hour, falling steadily through the living forest, holding the sleep that holds you. Good night, my friend. Good night. The session continues now, not in the way it has been continuing, in a quieter way, the way the rain continues, steady and patient and present, requiring nothing from anyone, simply falling through the night, because falling is what the rain does. The words that follow tonight will be lighter than the words that came before, briefer, more spaced, the voice arriving and departing without disturbing the rest that has arrived. The rain carrying the session now more fully than the words. The body sleeping, or very close to sleeping. The awareness in the specific, soft, drifting quality that belongs to the threshold and beyond. If you are already asleep, that is good. The rain will accompany you through every cycle of the night. The words that follow will be received by the part of you that receives without the conscious mind's involvement. The part that hears without listening. The part that integrates what arrives quietly into the deeper restoration that the sleep is already doing. If you are not yet asleep, also good. There is no correct moment to cross. The crossing happens when the body is ready. The rain is here. The body is held. The breath is completing. The crossing will arrive when it arrives. Either way, the session is doing its work. What follows now are simple things, not instructions, not techniques, affirmations, the specific, brief, quietly arriving statements that the resting mind receives most readily. Each one paced by the breath, each one carried by the rain. Each one offered to the part of you that does the receiving when the conscious mind has stopped its directing. The rain is in every one of them. The forest is in every one of them. You don't need to follow them with attention. You don't need to evaluate whether they are landing correctly or doing the work they came to do. Simply let them arrive. Let them depart, the way the rain arrives on a leaf and then departs as the drip toward the layer below. Each affirmation is its own small drop in the larger rain. If your mind drifts somewhere else, that is welcome. The rain will be here when it returns. The affirmations will continue arriving. There is nothing the awareness needs to do tonight. The depleted person who has been doing through every ordinary day has done enough. For tonight you are receiving the rain. The rest. The simple, brief statements that the resting mind absorbs, in the way the resting mind absorbs what arrives near the sleep. Take a slow breath now. A simple one, the exhale finding its full completion. The pause at the bottom inhabited briefly. The next inhale arriving when it is ready. The rain is steady through every breath, and the first affirmation arrives now. Quietly, with the next exhale, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am held by the night. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I have done enough today. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the keeping going can stop now. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am not failing to recover. Breathing out, I have been recovering without the right conditions. Breathing in, tonight the conditions are right. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the heavy forest rain is doing what it has always done. Breathing out, it is here for the depleted nervous system. Breathing in, it is here for me. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am safe in this dark. Breathing out, I am held by this surface. Breathing in, I am accompanied by this rain. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, my body is faithful. Breathing out, it has been carrying me through every ordinary day. Breathing in, tonight it is being tended to. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the breath is completing. Breathing out, The exhale is reaching its full natural end. Breathing in, the pause at the bottom is the rain. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the jaw is soft. Breathing out, the shoulders are lower than the day required. Breathing in, the hands are warm and open. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the deep sleep is approaching gently. Breathing out, it will arrive when the body is ready. Breathing in, the rain will be here when it arrives. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I do not need to perform this rest. Breathing out, I do not need to achieve the correct quality of sleep. I simply need to stay in the rain's sound. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, what I have been carrying matters. Breathing out, the cost has been real. Breathing in, tonight the cost is being acknowledged. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am being witnessed. Breathing out, I am being held. Breathing in, I am being restored. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the morning will receive what the rain has built. Breathing out, the body will wake more restored than it has been. Breathing in, not completely, genuinely. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am the one this session was made for. Breathing out, the depleted person is welcome here. Breathing in, the depleted person is being tended to. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I have permission to rest. Breathing out, I have permission to release. Breathing in, I have permission to receive. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, this moment is enough. Breathing out, I am enough. Breathing in, this moment is enough. Breathing out, I am enough. Breathing in, the rain is here. Breathing out, I am the one who has been keeping going. Breathing in, and tonight the keeping going stops. Breathing out, I am the one who has been keeping going. Breathing in, I see what I have been doing. Breathing out, I am the one who has been keeping going. Breathing in, the rain sees what I have been doing. Breathing out, I am the one who has been keeping going. Breathing in, I am being witnessed tonight. Breathing out, I am the one who has been keeping going. Breathing in, I am held by the heavy forest rain. Breathing out, I am the one who has been keeping going. Breathing in, I am held by this surface beneath me. Breathing out, I am the one who has been keeping going. Breathing in, I am held by the night. Breathing out, I am the one who has been keeping going. Breathing in, and tonight I am receiving. Breathing out, I am receiving the rain. Breathing in, I am receiving the rest. Breathing out, I am receiving the witnessing. Breathing in, I am receiving what I have been giving to others. Breathing out, I have permission to receive. Breathing in, I have permission to set the load down. Breathing out, I have permission to be tended to. Breathing in, I have permission to be held. Breathing out, the rain is doing what it has always done. Breathing in, for the human who arrives at the night carrying what I have been carrying. Breathing out, the rain has been here through every human night. Breathing in, it is here through this one. Breathing out, it is here for me. Breathing in, I am safe. Breathing out, I am warm. Breathing in, I am held. Breathing out, I am restored. Breathing in, not completely, genuinely. Breathing out, the morning will receive what tonight has built. Breathing in, the cortisol is lower. Breathing out, the breath is more complete. Breathing in, the body is more deeply rested. Breathing out, this is real. Breathing in, tonight is real. Breathing out, the restoration is real. Breathing in, I have done enough today. Breathing out, I have done enough for a long time. Breathing in, tonight I rest. Breathing out, tonight I rest. Breathing in, the rain is here. Breathing out, tonight I rest. Breathing in the heavy forest rain. Breathing out, in the body that has carried me faithfully. Breathing in, in the breath that is complete, breathing out, in the rest that reaches further. Breathing in, this moment is enough. Breathing out, I am enough. Breathing in, the rain is here. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the night is held by the rain. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am held by the night. Breathing out, I have permission to rest. Breathing in, I have permission to release. Breathing out, the rain is doing what it has always done. Breathing in for every human who has ever rested in its presence. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the forest is receiving the rain. Breathing out, the canopy receives what falls. Breathing in, the branches release what they cannot hold. Breathing out, the forest floor receives all of it. Breathing in, the ancient earth absorbs what arrives. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, my breath is finding the rain's rhythm. Breathing out, my breath is completing without effort. Breathing in, my body is held without holding itself. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the keeping going has stopped for tonight. Breathing out, the carrying has been set down for these hours. Breathing in, what I have been holding can be held by the rain. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I have done enough today. Breathing out, I have done enough for a long time. Breathing in, tonight the doing is complete. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am being restored. Breathing out, in the specific way the depleted body needs to be restored. Breathing in, by the specific conditions tonight has provided. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the deep sleeps here or very close. Breathing out, the body knows the way. Breathing in, the breath knows the way. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the morning will arrive when it arrives. Breathing out, the body will wake when it is ready. Breathing in, the morning will be different from the ordinary morning. Breathing out, not completely different, genuinely different. Breathing in, the rain is here. Breathing out, if a thought arrives, let it be a drop. Breathing in, let the rain carry it down through the forest. Breathing out, there is not a single thought I need to bring with me to sleep. Breathing in, everything can be given to the rain. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the body is warm. Breathing out, the hands are heavy. Breathing in, the face is soft. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am safe in this dark. Breathing out, I am held by this night. Breathing in, I am accompanied by this rain. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am the one who has been keeping going. Breathing out, I am the one being tended to tonight. Breathing in, I am the one being witnessed. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, what I have been carrying matters. Breathing out, the cost has been real. Breathing in, the acknowledgement is here. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the restoration is real. Breathing out, the cortisol is lower than the session began. Breathing in, the breath is more complete. Breathing out, the body is more deeply at rest. Breathing in, the rain is here. Breathing out, the deep sleep is approaching. Breathing in, the deep sleep is here. Breathing out, the deep sleep is doing its work. Breathing in, the rain is accompanying the deep sleep. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, through every cycle of sleep. Breathing out, through every remaining hour of the night. Breathing in, the rain will be here. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, the body is restoring. Breathing out, the nervous system is stepping further down. Breathing in, the deep sleep stages are advancing. Breathing out, the rain is here. Breathing in, I am safe. Breathing out, I am warm. Breathing in, I am held. Breathing out, I am restored. Breathing in, the rain is here. Breathing out, this moment is enough. Breathing in, I am enough. Breathing out. This moment is enough. Breathing in. I am enough. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. I have permission to rest deeply. Breathing out. I have permission to receive what is being offered. Breathing in. I have permission to be the one being tended to. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. The depleted person is welcome here. Breathing out. The depleted person is being held. Breathing in. The depleted person is being restored. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. I am the depleted person. Breathing out. I am being held. Breathing in. I am being restored. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. I am safe in the night. Breathing out. I am warm in the dark. Breathing in. I am held by the heavy forest rain. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. The night is here. Breathing out. The rest is here. Breathing in. The restoration is here. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. I have done enough. Breathing out. I am enough. Breathing in. The rain is here. Breathing out. The morning will come. Breathing in. The body will be more restored. Breathing out. Until then, the rain. Breathing in. The heavy forest rain. Breathing out. Through every remaining hour. Breathing in. Through every sleep cycle. Breathing out. The rain. Breathing in. The rest. Breathing out. The body held. Breathing in. The breath complete. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. I am held. Breathing out. I am safe. Breathing in. I am warm. Breathing out. I am restored. Breathing in. The rain is here. Breathing out. Sleep deeply now, my friend. Breathing in. The rain will be here. Breathing out. Through every hour. Breathing in. Through every cycle. Breathing out until the morning arrives. Breathing in. May the dream world be sweet for you. Breathing out. May you wake with peace and ease. Breathing in. The rain is here. Breathing out. Good night. Breathing in. Good night. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. Held. Breathing out. Safe. Breathing in. Warm. Breathing out. Restored. Breathing in. The rain is here. Breathing out. This moment is enough. I am enough. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. The rain is here. Breathing out. The rain is here. Breathing in. The rain is here. Breathing out.